Welcome to Terrified Tales, where things are about to get unsettling. Before we dive deeper into the darkness, make sure to like and subscribe. Let us know where you're listening from and what time it is. Are you brave enough to be here at night? Now, relax and let the fear take hold. Story 1. The old theme park lay dormant beneath a heavy, cloud-choked sky, its rusty skeletons of rides stretching like the fingers of forgotten giants. In the distance, the half-sunken Ferris wheel creaked gently in the wind, as if attempting to recall its former glory, but no one was there to hear it. Overgrown weeds had clawed their way up through cracked pavement, tangling with the remnants of broken asphalt like veins in the skin of an aging corpse. The security guard, Davis, squinted through the windshield of his patrol car, the headlights casting an eerie glow over the tattered entrance sign Penny's Playground, a name once beloved by children now forgotten by time. The words were faded and peeling, but the outline of a smiling clown face was still visible, forever locked in an expression that would have been charming, if not for the rusting metal around its mouth that gave it a grotesque semblance. Exhaled slowly, wiping a hand across his brow. This wasn't what he had imagined when he signed up for the job. He had hoped for a quiet night shift, a few hours spent in the comfort of his security booth, just him and his coffee, safe from the world beyond the fence. Instead, he had been sent to this derelict cedar relic of some past joy, now hollowed out by the relentless march of time. A twinge of unease gnawed at him, though he couldn't pinpoint why. It was just an old theme park. No one had set foot here in over 20 years. What harm could there be? Yet the air smelled thick with something decaying, a mixture of wet earth and mildew, the faint scent of rust and forgotten plastic clinging to the wind. Even the clouds above seemed to hang too low, like a suffocating blanket that made it hard to breathe. He turned off the engine, the low rumble of the car dying away, leaving only the sound of the wind and the distant rustling of trees. For a moment, there was complete silence, unnerving, as though the world itself was holding its breath. Davis grabbed his flashlight, the beam cutting through the shadows like a blade. The park sprawled before him, vast and desolate, a kingdom of twisted metal and crumbling concrete. The guard's boots made soft, muffled thuds as he stepped out of the car and locked it behind him, the key turning with an almost comical click. In the distance, the dilapidated carousel loomed, its once vibrant horses now dull and chipped, their faces frozen in perpetual grins. Above them, the wind stirred the remnants of an old banner summer of fun that flapped lazily against its pole, as though mocking the park's lost life. Davis shook his head, forcing a chuckle to break the tension. "It's just a park," he muttered to himself. He walked slowly toward the gate, scanning the area with his flashlight, his breath forming visible clouds in the chill of the night air. The rain hadn't started yet, but the humidity hung thick, and he could feel the weight of it pressing on his skin. The world around him felt so still, it was almost as if the park itself were waiting for something. Just as he reached the gate, something caught his eye. A figure, standing just outside the perimeter, near the entrance to the park. It wasn't moving, just standing there, still as a statue. The light from his flashlight barely reached the figure, but it was unmistakable. It was dressed in bright, garish colors, a clown suit of red, yellow, and blue. The head was tilted at an odd angle, but the shadows obscured the face, hiding it from view. Davis froze, his pulse leaping into his throat. His first thought was that it was some fool who had sneaked onto the property, perhaps one of the local kids looking to play a prank. But there was something about the figure's stillness, the way it stood there, unmoving, in the heavy rain that had begun to fall, was wrong. "Hey," Davis called out, trying to steady his voice. "You can't be here. This is private property." The clown didn't respond. It didn't even flinch. Davis took a hesitant step forward, the soft squelch of his boots sinking into the muddy ground echoing in the thick silence. Each step felt heavier than the last, as if the very earth were pulling at him, reluctant to let him pass. As he neared, a low, rumbling sound broke through the quiet. The wind had shifted, and now the distant sound of creaking metal, a rusty, strained groan from one of the rides flooded the air. Davis's heart pounded harder. He stopped, about 15 feet from the figure, his flashlight trembling slightly in his grip. "Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing?" he shouted again, a little more forcefully this time. Still no movement. The clown remained fixed in place, its body soaked through with the rain. Water dripped from its colorful wig in slow, deliberate drops, staining the ground beneath. Davis's throat tightened. He didn't want to get closer. Something in the air had shifted, everything felt wrong, as if the world had bent ever so slightly out of place. The scent of wet earth, of mildew, and forgotten laughter intensified, almost overwhelming. Another groan echoed from the far side of the park, louder this time. The Ferris wheel creaked under an unseen pressure, its massive arms stretching towards the sky as if trying to lift itself from the ground. And yet, the clown did not move. It remained perfectly still. A sudden crackling sound pierced the air, a voice, distorted like a broken speaker. The hairs on the back of Davis's neck stood on end. He spun around, flashlight beam dancing wildly. The voice, too faint to understand, seemed to be coming from somewhere nearby, somewhere deep within the park, but the words were garbled, incomprehensible. Davis exhaled sharply, his breath shallow. What the hell is going on here? For a moment, he considered returning to the safety of his car, but when he glanced back toward the clown, he saw it had moved. Not physically, its body was still rooted in place, but something had shifted. Its head, once tilted in a strange angle, was now facing him. Its shoulders had slumped, and its arms hung limply by its sides, as if it were waiting, watching. The sense of unease twisted tighter in his chest. "Hey buddy, what do you want?" he called, more out of frustration than actual curiosity. The clown didn't answer, of course. It just stood there, drenched and silent. Davis swallowed hard and turned to leave. The park was strange enough, but this felt like something else, something beyond the usual eerie isolation of an abandoned place. He took one last look over his shoulder. The clown was still standing there, and that's when he saw it. Smile, it wasn't there before. A thin, almost imperceptible smile stretched across the clown's face, a curve of dark intent that twisted into the rain. It was the kind of smile you'd expect to see in a nightmare, naturally wide, almost grotesque, with the faintest shimmer of something beneath its painted exterior. Davis's heart stuttered in his chest. Without thinking, he spun around and sprinted back toward the security booth. The soft thud of his boots, the only sound cutting through the ever-thickening silence. The rain pelted him from all sides, but it did little to cool the fire of fear that surged through his veins. He burst through the door of the booth, slamming it behind him and locking it with trembling hands. His eyes darted around the darkened room, his breath coming in ragged gasps. The clown, he hadn't imagined it, had he? The cold, oppressive air inside the booth was suffocating. The sound of his racing heartbeat drowned out everything else. As he struggled to collect his thoughts, could it have been someone else? No. It had been standing too still, too perfectly still, as if it had been waiting. The rain hammered against the windows like 1,000 tiny fingers, each drop pressing down on him. He turned to the security monitor, desperate to confirm something, anything. The camera feed flickered, a distortion crawling across the screen like the creeping fingers of some unseen presence. Davis's eyes widened as he realized the figure from earlier was gone, vanished. No trace of it in the cameras. There was nothing, only the park, soaked and still, waiting for something. He slowly exhaled, fighting the growing sensation in his chest. Maybe it had been nothing. Maybe he was just tired, but deep down he knew it. WASN, single quotes, T, not at all. The rain had come in waves, slamming against the windows of the security booth like an army of tiny fists. Each drop seemed to be trying to break through the glass, eager to get inside, eager to make itself known. But no matter how much the storm raged outside, Davis couldn't shake the feeling that something much darker was stirring within the park itself. The wind howled against the walls of the booth, rattling the old metal shutters and making the faintest creaking noises from the abandoned rides. The world outside felt oppressive, as though the storm were a mere reflection of some invisible force pressing down on the land. Everything was shrouded in shadow, and every rustle in the distance made his heart race. But what unnerved him most was the deafening silence that had settled in around the park, a heavy stillness that weighed on his shoulders. Davis sat at the small desk in the corner of the security booth, his hands trembling slightly as he gripped a cold mug of coffee. The bitter warmth did little to comfort him. He glanced at the clock on the wall, watching the minutes crawl by, each tick echoing loudly in the otherwise quiet room. It had been an hour since he'd first encountered the clown, but the memory of those strange, unblinking eyes haunted him still. He hadn't imagined it. He couldn't have. He remembered that smile, wide twisted, stretched too far across its painted face. There was no way he could have missed it. The image of it was burned into his mind, and each time he closed his eyes, it was there, lurking behind his eyelids, ready to crawl out into the waking world again. The room felt cold now, colder than before, despite the heat of the mug in his hands. A chill seemed to creep along the walls, swirling in the corners of the booth as though the park itself was exhaling, pulling the warmth from the air. Davis rubbed his arms, trying to shake the growing sense of unease. He forced himself to look at the screens again, hoping to focus on something concrete, something real. But the monitors were still flashing, nothing but static and distorted images. Fragments of the park, those eerie, lonely figures of rust and decay. The skeletal remains of a place long forgotten. A flash of light illuminated the booth for an instant, followed by a sharp crack of thunder that rattled the booth's thin walls. Davis jumped, his heart leaping in his chest, before he forced himself to take a deep breath. The storm was intensifying, the sky rumbling as though some great beast were moving through it. But the storm outside wasn't the only thing that had begun to build. Inside the booth, a sense of foreboding was growing, spreading like an ink stain on a blank page. A soft tap brought him back to the present. A knock? No. It was too faint to be a knock. More like a tapping, a rhythmic tapping. Davis paused, the mug halfway to his lips, and listened. The tapping was coming from outside, somewhere in the direction of the entrance to the park. A faint, unsettling sound, like the tapping of a cane against the pavement, or the soft scuff of a shoe. He set the mug down, cautiously rising to his feet. He grabbed it, his fingers cold against the metal. "Hello," Davis called, his voice slightly strained, betraying his unease. "Is someone out there?" There was no answer, just the rain, just the storm. Yet the tapping continued, rhythmic, persistent. The tapping was too deliberate, too regular. It sounded almost human. He moved cautiously to the booth's small window, peering out into the darkness. The flashlight beam swept across the overgrown path toward the park entrance, catching the rain and the silhouettes of the abandoned rides. The tapping grew louder, closer. His breath caught in his throat when his flashlight caught a figure, standing near the entrance, once again impossibly still, like a statue. His heart raced and his hand shook as he held the flashlight steady. It was the clown. It had returned. Davis could barely breathe, his chest tightening. This time, the clown was positioned right beneath the large archway that marked the entrance to the park, its brightly colored costume a stark contrast to the dark night. Its face, as far as he could see, was still obscured by shadows, but there was something unmistakably wrong about the way it stood. It was no longer just an apparition. It was real, and it was waiting. The tap-tap-tapping had stopped. For a moment, Davis stood frozen, watching. The figure seemed so lifelike, too lifelike. And yet, there was something off about it. Something in the way it remained perfectly still. No wind, no rain, no movement. At all, just a solid form, an enigma, staring back into the booth. The tapping had come from it, but how? Davis swallowed hard, fighting the urge to bolt out of the booth and run. Instead, he forced himself to take another look at the monitors, though his mind was screaming to avoid it. Nothing. The screens were still blank, showing no sign of the clown, nothing at all. He didn't know what to do. Should he approach it? Again, should he call for help? He turned back to the window, barely daring to look. The clown was gone. A cold sweat broke out across his forehead. It hadn't just moved, it had disappeared. There was no sound, no movement, no trace of the figure at all. Only the dark, storm-soaked landscape of the abandoned park. Davis's eyes darted around the room, his mind a whirlpool of conflicting thoughts. He couldn't keep his focus on one thing for long. His heart pounded in his chest, his mind racing with possibilities. Was it a prank? No, it couldn't be. It had to be something more, something he didn't understand. Was it something supernatural? He stumbled back toward the desk, trying to steady himself, and grabbed his radio. His fingers fumbled with the buttons, pressing down with more urgency than he intended. Central, this is Davis. I've got something strange going on here. There's someone or something outside the park. I need backup. Now. The radio crackled in response. A static-filled voice answered, barely audible over the noise of the storm. Copy that, Davis. Stay put. We're sending someone your way. Sit tight. Damn it, Davis muttered to himself, tossing the radio down on the desk. The storm had swallowed the rest of the night, and in that darkness, the park felt alive, with memories, with stories that Davis didn't know, but could feel pressing on his mind. His thoughts spiraled out of control. What if he was the only one who saw it? What if the cameras never picked up anything? What if he was losing his mind? Suddenly, the low, eerie sound of creaking metal cut through the air. Davis froze again, every muscle in his body tensing as the noise grew louder, more distinct. It wasn't the wind this time. It was something else, something unnatural, mechanical. The Ferris wheel. The noise grew to a deafening groan, and Davis, without thinking, rushed to the window again. His heart skipped a beat as he saw the Ferris wheel slowly turning, its massive arms creaking under the strain, the rusted metal groaning like an old man waking from a long sleep. He stared at it, wide-eyed, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. The wheel wasn't supposed to be moving. It couldn't be. Not after all these years. The carousel next to began to shift. The horses jerked, creaking and groaning, as if some unseen force was slowly powering them. Each jerk was slow, deliberate teach movement sending a shiver down Davis's spine, and the sounds, the haunting, distorted sounds of carnival music began to seep into the air. Faint at first, like an old record player crackling to life. His stomach churned. He backed away from the window, stumbling over his own feet, and found himself in the center of the room, trembling. His breath was coming too fast, his mind racing for an explanation, but there was none, not for this. Then, as if on cue, a voice, soft, distorted, but unmistakably, there whispered from the direction of the entrance. "Come play with me, Davis." The words were like a cold wind, sliding across his skin, making his blood run cold. He spun around, eyes wide, his breath coming in jagged gasps. The clown's figure emerged from the shadows again, standing just outside the door of the booth, its painted face twisted into that same unnerving grin. "Come play." With me, Davis. And this time, it wasn't a question. The voice of the clown hung in the air like the remnants of a nightmare, curling through the oppressive atmosphere in a way that felt all too real. Come play with me, Davis. The words, twisted and playful, clawed at the edges of his sanity. He stood frozen, eyes wide, heart pounding in his chest, the weight of their meaning sinking in, his breath caught in his throat as the clown's form seemed to stretch and bend in the shadows, its colors almost surreal under the dim flickering light from the security booth. It was an inescapable vision, one that distorted the very reality around him. It shouldn't be here. Nothing in this dead place should be alive. And yet, there it was, waiting. "Well, what do you want?" Davis finally managed, his voice hoarse, the words fighting their way past a tight throat. His legs were frozen, each muscle refusing to obey as the clown's unnerving smile widened slightly, as though savoring his fear. The clown's silence spoke volumes. Its lips barely moved, but Davis heard it clearly in his mind. "I'm here to play with you, to show you the past, the forgotten moments that crawl through your veins." The voice was soft, childlike, but layered with something darker, honeyed poison that promised to pull him into its depths. Davis took a step back, the small space of the booth closing in on him. His hand instinctively reached for the radio. Again, but the static that crackled through it made his stomach turn. He pressed the button, his fingers slipping against the metal. "Central, come in, I need backup." His voice trembled as the radio screeched, distorting the words, until all he could hear was a maddening buzz that seemed to echo through the booth itself. Panic crawled through him like an electric current, making his fingertips twitched on no response. He looked back toward the window. The clown was still there, its bright suit drenched in rain, its eyes locked on him with an unsettling focus. The lights flickered on the carousel, its horses jerking, their painted eyes gleaming with something more than just color. The ground beneath him seemed to hum, a faint vibration in the air that resonated deep in his chest. Then, the whisper again. "It's your turn," Davis jerked away from the window, his heart thumping in his throat, and staggered toward the back of the booth, his mind racing. He should leave. He should turn the car around and get out of here. But deep down, a darker part of him was compelled to stay. Why was he still here? Was it fear or curiosity? A twisted sense of responsibility to protect this forsaken place, or something more? He didn't know. But he couldn't shake the thought that something far worse awaited him if he left. Instead, he turned back to the window. The clown had moved. It stood only a few feet from the booth now, its head tilted too. One side, its painted face stretching into an almost impossible grin. A low, guttural chuckle slipped through the storm, the sound alien and wrong, a deep distortion of something that should have been innocuous, something that once might have belonged in a child's joyful imagination. But this was different. Chuckle echoed in his ears as the clown stepped closer, its heavy footsteps muffled by the relentless rain, its colors bleeding into the night like a stain in a pool of black ink. Davis's chest tightened, a cold sweat drenching his back. He wanted to scream, to shout, to beg for the nightmare to stop, but the words wouldn't come. The force that gripped his chest, that weighed on him like the heavy damp of the night, left him mute with an effort. Davis tore his eyes from the figure and backed into the corner of the booth, his back pressed against the wall as he struggled to regain control over his racing thoughts. His fingers fumbled for the flashlight, his pulse hammering in his ears as the cloying presence of the clown pressed closer. The world outside was a blur of shadows and distorted shapes. He couldn't make sense of it, and then the clown spoke. Again, "Don't you want to play, Davis? Don't you remember? I was your friend." The words scraped against his nerves, the subtle reference sending a shock of realization through him. His mind flashed to memories of his childhood crisp autumn afternoons spent in front of the television. the laughter of his friends echoing around him, the strange comfort of laughter that felt far away now. But he hadn't been a child for years that this thing, it couldn't be real. But there it was. The tapping started again, rhythmic tapping like a cane. It was coming from the side of the booth now, a faint, hollow sound like nails scratching against wood. Davis's breath caught in his throat. Slowly he turned toward the sound. Through the rain, the faintest silhouette was visible in the distance. He couldn't tell if it was another figure, but his instincts screamed for him to run. His legs moved on their own accord, carrying him toward the small door in the back of the booth. His hands reached for the knob, but just as he gripped it, there was a snap. The door swung open by itself, the force so violent it caught him off guard. Before he could react, something cold and wet gripped his wrist, pulling him back into the booth. His heart lurched. The clown's laughter filled the booth, low and sickening, swirling in the air like smoke. The grip on his wrist tightened, pulling him forward, and for a moment Davis's breath caught in his throat. His hand was caught, but it wasn't a hand anymore. It was cold, wet, its fingers long and unnaturally thin. They twisted unnervingly around his wrist, slick with water, and something else, something far worse. "Don't be afraid," the voice crooned. "You'll have fun. We'll play like we used to, won't we, Davis?" The clown's face was now inches from his own, its grotesque grin spreading wider, stretching too far across its painted features, twisting and distorting with each breath. Davis tried to pull away, but the grip only tightened, and with it, the sickening realization that this thing, this creature, was tied to more than just the park. It was a part of him. The laughter, the fear, it was all tied to something buried deep within his memories, something forgotten. With a violent tug, Davis broke free from the clown's grasp, stumbling backward into the booth, his chest heaving. His mind was a whirlwind of confusion and terror. Was this a trick? Was he losing his mind? But the clown, it wasn't just a trick. It wasn't just a mask. It was real. And its intentions were anything but innocent. He turned to the window, his breath shallow. The silhouette in the distance had moved closer. Another figure, just as tall, just as dark. It wasn't a person. It was a shadow, one that stretched unnaturally long, swaying with the rhythm of the storm. The rain seemed to part around it, as though the very air was recoiling in fear. The tapping had stopped, but the presence remained. There was another sound now, one that came not from outside, but from within the booth. Came from the corner of the room, the dark corner where the light never quite reached. His head snapped toward the sound, his flashlight trembling in his grip. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing only the faint outline of the room's corners. But it wasn't enough. The scratching persisted, growing louder, closer, until it became an unbearable rhythm that echoed in his skull. Davis's pulse quickened. His flashlight swung wildly toward the source of the noise, his breath becoming erratic. He turned, his heart hammering in his chest, and finally there in the darkest corner of the booth, he saw it, a hand. Thin, bony fingers scraped against the walls, dragging in slow, rhythmic strokes that sent a shiver down his spine. The hand was gray, its skin stretched too tight, almost translucent, as if it were a thing of nothingness, just a shadow, a memory, an imprint of something long dead. Davis's breath caught in his throat. His mind screamed for him to run, to get out, but the cold, metallic grip of the clown's presence held him in place. The hand stretched out, its fingers curving as it reached for him, slow and deliberate, the nails clicking against the concrete floor. "Come," the clown whispered, its voice now a jagged, dissonant melody. "Come and play with me, Davis. Don't you remember? We were the best of friends." The hand jerked forward, claws snapping like a trap. But before it could reach him, Davis did the only thing he could do. He screamed. And the world, for just a moment, seemed to stop. The hand froze. The scratching stopped. The rain ceased. The whisper in his ear stopped. The silence in the booth was suffocating. Heavy final then. The clown's voice returned, cold and devoid of mirth. "Don't worry, Davis. I'm just getting started." The rain continued its relentless barrage, pounding against the old glass of the security booth, turning the outside world into a blur of shifting shadows. Inside, the air felt thick, too still, as though the entire park had fallen into a deep, unnatural sleep. Davis stood frozen, his heart hammering in his chest, his hand still hovering over the oversized clown shoe that lay in the puddle at his feet. A breath of cold air stirred behind him. He spun around, his eyes wide, but saw only the empty corners. Of the booth, the dimly lit monitors flickering with static. Yet there was something else. Something that moved just beyond his peripheral vision. A shadow, not quite right. It shifted, not like a human movement, but something more fluid, like it belonged to the night itself. The clown's laughter, that maddening, jagged sound, seemed to reverberate in the walls of his skull. The echo twisted and turned, making it impossible to determine whether it was real or if it existed solely in the darkest parts of his mind. Davis's grip tightened around the armrest of the booth chair. His knuckles went white, the flesh stretched tight over the bones. He wanted to scream, he wanted to run, but his legs were frozen. He was trapped. The laugh stopped abruptly, replaced by a soft rustle, a shuffle of footsteps in the dirt, the slow drag of something heavy moving through the mud. It was a sound he couldn't ignore, nor could he explain. He turned toward the monitor once again, almost hoping, in his panic, to find anything that would prove this wasn't real, that this wasn't happening. But the screens remained static. They buzzed in that eerie, colorless way, displaying only black and white, ghostly images of the park's now decrepit rides and broken down attractions, except for one, the Ferris wheel. It had never looked so twisted, its skeletal frame jutting into the sky like the ribs of some dead creature. But there was something else, a faint, distorted shape moving within the towering structure. It flickered at the edges of the camera's view, just a blip at first. Then it became clearer. A figure, a man, or something that looked like a man. A tall, gaunt shape standing at the base of the wheel, facing the camera. The figure stood perfectly, still unmoving, except for the erratic twitch of its head, jerking from side to side as though it were struggling to focus its attention. Davis's blood ran cold. The figure's eyes were wide open, yet lifeless. It was the unmistakable stare of something long dead, an empty void that left no room for life, no warmth, no humanity. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the figure vanished from the screen. His pulse thundered in his ears. Had he seen that? A wave of nausea swelled in his gut. His thoughts collided against one another, each one more desperate than the last. He couldn't make sense of any of this. How was this possible? Why was he seeing these things? Was it all in his head? Davis shook his head, trying to clear the fog in his mind. He had to focus. He needed to figure this out. The clown, the shoe, the Ferris wheel. There had to be a connection. His eyes flicked back down to the shoe still lying in the puddle, now almost fully submerged in the dark, thick water. He reached out a trembling hand to grab it again. His fingers brushed the damp leather, feeling its unnatural coldness. The shoe seemed to absorb the warmth from his touch, sucking it into its depths. A voice, like sandpaper scraping against bone, slithered into his ear. "I see you, Davis, ... His breath caught in his throat. The voice was faint, almost inaudible, as if the words came from the very walls around him, reverberating through the metal frame of the booth. The sound was distorted, bending and shifting in ways that made it impossible to tell where it came from or even what it truly was. But it was undeniable, it was the clown. Davis's pulse quickened. Panic surged within him as the realization crashed into his mind. This was no longer just a simple haunting. This was something far more twisted, far more personal. The clown wasn't just a random entity lurking in the dark corners of the park. It was connected to him, to his past, to something buried long ago. The memories that had been so carefully locked away for years began to surface in a slow, creeping tide, each one more vivid than the last. A flash of carnival lights, a crackling intercom announcing the next attraction, his father's voice, deep and comforting, calling his name. But mixed within those memories was something darker, the laughter of a man who wasn't a man. The figure in the shadows, the thing with the painted face, moment that had haunted him most, the clown. It had come to him when he was a child, a thing that had been both terrifying and magnetic. It hadn't appeared like the other clowns, those garish, exaggerated performers who painted smiles on their faces and wore costumes that were too big for their frames. This clown, the one he remembered, was different. It wasn't part of the show, it wasn't just a performer. It felt real, unnervingly real. Its eyes were too deep, too hollow. Its smile wasn't just a mask. It was something twisted, something that reached down into his very soul and tore at it. And the way it spoke, soft, but laced with mockery, teasing him like a game he couldn't win. "What's your name, little boy?" the clown had asked, its voice like the scrape of metal across stone. The memory of that voice echoed through him now, rippling through the dark corners of the booth. He could almost hear it again, calling to him from the edges of his mind, beckoning him to remember, and he hated it. He hated the way the past had crept back into his life, unwelcome and uninvited. The shoe, the laughter, the Ferris wheel, it, all connected. It was all a part of the same nightmare. He had to leave. He had to get out of this place. But the door was locked, the key nowhere to be found, and in the distance, far off behind the ruins of the park's twisted attractions, he saw it. The clown. It stood beneath the rusted archway of the carousel, its face as garish and malformed as the memories that had been clawing their way out of his mind. Its grin was wide, too wide, stretched across its face like an impossible thing. Its eyes glinted in the dim light, glinting with malice, and in its hand it held something, a bundle, wrapped in dark cloth. A sickening sense of recognition clawed at Davis's throat. His breath hitched. No, it couldn't be. But as the clown took one step forward, slowly, deliberately, the cloth unwrapped itself. The figure beneath the fabric was something Davis recognized all too well. It was a doll, a twisted, misshapen doll that had once belonged to him when he was a child. The very doll he had abandoned all those years ago, buried deep in the basement of his childhood home. The doll he had forgotten, the doll that should have stayed forgotten, but it hadn't. The clown was holding it now, its eyes fixed on Davis, and the way it clutched the doll, it was as if it knew everything. The ground beneath Davis's feet trembled, the booth shaking with the force of a distant, thunderous noise. He looked down at the puddle again, the water shifting violently, the shoe almost seeming to twitch, like it was alive, and then, in the darkness, just beyond the shattered windows of the booth, the clown stepped forward. It was time to play. The world outside the booth seemed far away, lost in the storm, but inside everything felt too close. The air, now cold enough to sting, was thick with a suffocating pressure. Davis couldn't shake the sensation that something was watching him, even as his eyes remained fixed on the monstrous figure outside. The clown, the nightmare that had long been buried beneath years of forgotten memories. And now it had come back. It had found him. With deliberate slowness, the clown began to move forward, its silhouette flickering in the dim light, casting distorted shadows against the broken attractions of the park. Every step it took felt like a threat. The sound of its heavy, wet shoes scraping against the mud sending a shiver down Davis's spine. He had to get out, but there was no escape. No way to outrun what was coming. The booth, once a sanctuary, now felt like a prison. The walls seemed to close in, the metal frame creaking as though it, too, was afraid. Davis's pulse thundered in his ears, drowning out all other sounds. His hand shot to the door, the cold knob slick beneath his trembling fingers. But it wouldn't budge. He yanked harder, his breath coming in ragged gasps, but the door remained locked. The clown had made sure of that. The laughter echoed again, low and growling, rising from the pit of the clown's throat. The sound was so cruel, with malice, that it felt as though the very foundation of the park had begun to quake in response. The dark, empty eyes of the clown locked onto him, its mouth stretching into an unnatural grin. "It's time to play, Davis, ... The voice, distorted and harsh, reverberated from all directions at once, making it impossible to determine where it came from. But it didn't matter. The words cut through him like a blade. Davis's knees went weak. His entire body felt heavy with dread. He knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that the clown was not just mocking him. It was forcing him into something. A game. The very thing he'd feared for all these years. "You remember the rules, don't you?" The clown's voice was louder now, clearer. The words rang in his mind, sickly sweet and venomous. "You always did like to play, but you never finished, did you?" The memories from his childhood came flooding back with terrifying clarity. But they weren't the warm, innocent recollections of birthday parties or games of hide and seek. No, these memories were darker, twisted, fragmented. The park, the carnival, rides, the laughing faces of other children. And then the clown. It was the same clown that had loomed over him that day years ago. The day everything changed. The day he had been forced to play. Back then, it had been a game of choice, of decisions, of power. He remembered the clown offering him two things: a bag of candy, sweet and sticky, or a twisted little toy. Its plastic face cracked and grotesque. A decision, a game. He had been just a boy, confused and scared, but the clown's eyes had gleamed with that twisted hunger, and it had promised him something, some kind of prize, if only he played now as an adult. He understood that the price had been far too high. He had chosen the candy. He had eaten it, and that's when the nightmares started. The clown had won, and now it wanted to finish what it had started. Davis's hands trembled as he fumbled at the panel, pressing buttons, hoping for something, anything that would open the door. But nothing worked. It was as if the very systems of the park had conspired to trap him here, to force him to face his past. "It's too late to run now, Davis," the clown's voice, suddenly close enough to feel like a breath against his ear, made his skin crawl. He spun around, heart racing, but found only the darkness and shadows that had been there moments before. The booth seemed impossibly small, its walls pressing in on him. The clown wasn't just outside, it was inside. The sound of wet, heavy footsteps grew louder. Davis's breath caught in his throat as he turned toward the window. A shape was moving. Just beyond it, dark and shifting, blotting out the light. The clown, it was there, on the other side, pressing its grotesque face against the glass, its features distorted and stretched by the rain and the mist that clouded the window. For a long moment, there was only silence, and then the clown's smile appeared, twisted, sickening. "You can't hide anymore, Davis, ... The clown purred. Its voice was soft now, but no less terrifying. "You will play..." Before Davis could react, the door behind him burst open, a sudden rush of cold air sweeping into the booth, as if the park itself had exhaled a breath of death. A gust of wind knocked over a stack of papers on the desk. The walls of the booth groaned in protest, shaking with the force of the blast. The clown stepped in. Davis's blood ran cold as he turned to face it. The thing in the doorway was no longer just a shadow, a specter. It was a living nightmare, all too real. The clown's costume was tattered, the once bright colors now faded and muddied with age and decay. Its face, beneath the cracked white makeup, was twisted, deformed, a grotesque parody of humanity. Its smile stretched far too wide, stretching past the limits of what a human mouth should be capable of. Its eyes black, hollow pits of darkness bored into Davis with a hunger that threatened to consume him. The smell of rot hit him then, mingled with the wet, sour stench of mildew and decay. The clown's hand, unnaturally long and bent at odd angles, reached out toward him, its fingers stretching as if to claim him, to drag him into the depths of whatever nightmare it had in store. Davis stepped back, heart hammering. He didn't know where to run, didn't know what to do. There was nowhere to hide, no way to escape. "Do you remember the rules, Davis?" The clown's voice oozed with malice, its eyes narrowing as if it could taste his fear. The laughter came again, but it was quieter now, more intimate, like a secret whispered in the dark. "It's time to finish what we started." Davis backed up, his thoughts racing, trying to process what was happening. The clown, it had always been here. It had never really left. It had only waited, hiding in the corners of his mind, biding its time until it could come back, until he was alone, vulnerable. "It's your turn now, Davis," the clown hissed, its grin widening as it advanced. "Time to play your part." Davis's mind spun with panic, but then something caught his eye. A faint glimmer of something, the soft glint of metal lay just beyond the clown, buried in the debris by the broken booth window. It was the key to the booth, but getting to it would mean crossing the clown. His breath hitched. There was no choice. With every ounce of strength he could muster, Davis lunged forward, his body fueled by pure instinct. He pushed past the clown, the grotesque figure swiping at him with its long, gnarled fingers, barely missing him as he scrambled toward the key. The clown shrieked, a horrible sound, like metal scraping on stone. It reached out again, its fingers brushing the back of his neck, sending a jolt of ice through his body. But Davis reached the key with a trembling hand. He grabbed it, and in one swift motion, he yanked the door open. He didn't look back. He couldn't. He ran into the storm, the rain battering his face, his legs pumping beneath him as fast as they could carry him. But as he fled, he couldn't shake the feeling that the clown was still there, behind him, waiting, watching. The game wasn't over. It had only just begun. Davis didn't stop running. The storm had grown worse, the wind howling as if it were a living thing, tearing at his clothes and stinging his skin with icy droplets of rain. His lungs burned with every breath, but he couldn't stop. He couldn't. He had seen it. He had felt it. The clown was still behind him, its eyes, those hollow pits of darkness, still burned into the back of his skull. Its laughter echoed in his ears, chilling him, making every step feel like a countdown to something far worse. He pushed forward through the park, his shoes sloshing in the thick mud. His mind raced, but his thoughts were a jumbled mess, with images and sounds from both the present and the past. He couldn't think straight. He couldn't. All he could do was run. But where was he running to? The park stretched out before him, a maze of twisted, broken rides and decaying attractions. The Ferris wheel loomed ahead, its skeletal frame a ghostly monument to the past. The clown had come from that direction. He knew it. He could feel it. But where could he go? There was no escape. The park, the clown, everything was closing in on him. He was trapped in a nightmare with no exit. No relief. The ground beneath his feet shifted again, the mud slick and treacherous. He slipped, crashing to his knees with a grunt, pain shooting through his limbs. For a moment, all he could hear was the relentless sound of the rain, the pounding of his heartbeat, and the deafening silence of the void around him. He pressed his hands into the wet earth, trying to push himself up, but something was wrong. A shadow loomed over him. He He froze, his breath caught in his throat. The clown stood there, its shape rising from the darkness like a nightmare-given form. It was impossibly tall, towering over him. Its face, once grotesque, now seemed to shift and twist in the light, its features distorting into something even more monstrous. The smile spread wider, splitting its face into a grotesque, stretched grimace, its eyes those black voids fixed on him, locking him into place. "You can't escape this time, Davis." The clown's voice slithered into his mind. It was louder now, more commanding, as though it was speaking directly into the core of his soul. "We've always been connected, you and I." Davis's heart raced. The words struck him like a blow. What did it mean? How had it always been connected to him? Was this all just a twisted version of his past, a figment of his broken mind? Was he losing himself to madness? Or was this thing the clown real? No escape. "No way out," the clown crooned, its grin growing wider still. The laughter, that low, mocking sound, filled the space around him, suffocating him. "You have always been a part of the game." Davis's mind reeled, trying to grasp the truth in its words. He could feel the weight of his own fear pressing down on him, dragging him into the depths of the nightmare. He had always known this was coming. He had buried it so deep, hidden it behind walls of time and distance. But it had always been there, creeping at the edges of his memory, waiting for the right moment to resurface. He scrambled backward, desperately trying to put distance between himself and the thing that stood before him. His hands trembled as he pushed himself up, but it was too late. The clown stepped forward, its large, wet shoes sinking into the mud with a sickening squelch. Davis couldn't move fast enough. His legs felt like lead. His body felt numb, disconnected from his mind. The clown reached out, its long fingers curling toward him. Its hand brushed his cheek with a cold, clammy touch, sending a wave of ice through his body. The skin where it touched burned, as though it had been branded with a mark that would never fade. "Do you remember the game?" The clown's voice rasped, a low growl that sent a tremor through his bones. "Do you remember the rules?" Davis's throat tightened. His mouth was dry. He couldn't speak. He couldn't form words. The clown's grip tightened, its fingers digging into his skin, pulling him closer. "I remember." The clown's voice was a whisper now, but its words felt like ice scraping across his soul. "I remember all of it. I remember how you tried to cheat. You tried to leave me behind." Images flashed in his mind. The carnival, the laughter, the smell of cotton candy and popcorn. His father's voice, distant, fading, and then, the clown, the game. The twisted choice. He had been just a boy. But the clown, this thing, had been waiting, always waiting. It wasn't just a part of the park. It wasn't just a performer. It was something darker, something older, and it had made him play. Davis closed his eyes, the memories crashing over him in a violent wave. He had chosen the candy, but the candy had been tainted, poisoned, and the game had begun. But what had it cost him? What had he lost? The clown's voice broke through the fog of his thoughts. "You can't leave this game, not until you've paid the price." The clown's fingers dug into his shoulder, pulling him closer, its breath foul and rancid against his ear. "But you never finished, did you?" Davis gasped for air, his body racked with trembling sobs. "I didn't. No. ... His voice cracked. "You never knew," the clown echoed with dark amusement, tightening its grip. "That's the game. It always is. You think you can run from it, but it follows you, Davis. It always follows you." Suddenly, the world seemed to warp, like he was caught in the grip of some force he couldn't understand. The carnival, the broken Ferris wheel, the darkened park, they all began to fade, twisting into shadows. The park wasn't real. It never had been. This was something else. This was the past. Davis's legs buckled beneath him, and the ground seemed to shift beneath him. He fell, tumbling down into the mud, his hands scrambling for purchase. When he looked up, he wasn't outside anymore. He was back at the carnival, the lights, the music, the laughter of children, all of it was here, bright and loud. His breath caught in his throat as he realized that he was standing in the same place he had been all those years ago. The place where it had all started. The same park, the same carnival, the same clown. The realization hit him with the force of a freight train. He was stuck in a loop. The clown had always been there, and it always would be. Davis's chest tightened. His eyes went wide with terror. He had tried to run, tried to bury it, but it was never over. It would never end. Welcome back, Davis, the clown said, its voice a low sing-song melody. It stepped closer, its face twisted in that sickening grin. The game's about to begin again. The ground beneath him rumbled, the carnival lights flickering, casting grotesque shadows across the park. Davis screamed he couldn't stop. Himself, the sound rising from the pit of his stomach like a scream from someone long forgotten. And then, everything went black. The darkness lingered for a long time. Davis awoke, but not in the way one normally wakes from a nightmare. This was something far worse, something that gnawed at the very edges of his mind. His eyes fluttered open, and the first thing he saw was the carnival. It was exactly as it had been when he was a child, too bright, too loud, too alive. His breath caught in his throat as his senses overwhelmed him. The garish, flashing lights. The music that wasn't quite music, but a haunting melody distorted by time. He could hear children laughing, the kind of innocent laughter that felt wrong now. They were everywhere. His mind screamed for him to wake up, to escape, but his limbs felt paralyzed, as if they were shackled to the ground beneath him. The air was thick with the scent of sugar and stale popcorn. But there was something else too, something more sinister. The faint, rotten undertone of mildew, decay, and death, as if the park itself had been festering in the dark, waiting to be awakened. Davis swallowed hard, fighting the wave of nausea that gripped him. This wasn't real. It couldn't be, but it was. He was back. He tried to move, but found himself unable to do so. His body, his mind, his soul, everything was frozen, caught in a memory that wasn't supposed to exist anymore. His pulse pounded in his ears, but even that sound felt muffled, as though it came from another world, another version of himself. There were children around him, dozens of them laughing, chasing each other under the bright lights. Some wore costumes, some wore masks. They passed him by as if he were invisible. His eyes darted from one face to the next, but none of them seemed familiar. They were all wrong. Every one of them was wrong. And then he heard it. The sound of footsteps, the unmistakable sound of oversized shoes splashing in the mud. No, it couldn't be. It couldn't be here. Not again. His body froze, his skin prickling with the sharp awareness of what was coming. He turned his head slowly, unwilling to acknowledge the creeping terror that slithered into his chest. But the clown was there, standing just beyond the crowd, its large, haunting form almost blending into the shadows, its eyes fixed on him. It was different, though. This time, the clown's face wasn't just grotesque, it was familiar. Its smile, twisted and cruel, felt too real. It wasn't some nightmarish parody anymore. It was more than that. It was a reflection of him, of his own lost innocence, of the part of him that had never truly escaped the carnival. The clown's eyes gleamed, wide and empty, reflecting the harsh glow of the carnival lights. You never learn, do you? The clown's voice slithered through his mind, reverberating in the hollow space of his skull. You tried to run, tried to bury me, but I always find you, Davis. Davis shook his head, a sob breaking from his chest. No, this isn't real. This isn't real. His voice cracked, desperate, as he tried to stand, to move, but his legs wouldn't cooperate. He felt like he was sinking into the ground, into the past. The clown stepped closer, its massive form looming over him, blocking out the rest of the world. It reached out, slowly, almost lovingly, its fingers long and gnarled, dripping with blackened ichor. "Oh, but it is Davis." The clown's voice was dripping with cruel amusement. "You're here, aren't you? You're back where you belong." Davis's eyes widened in terror as the clown's fingers brushed against his cheek, the coldness of its touch seeping into his skin. The moment it made contact, a flash of memories slammed into his mind like a freight train. The carnival, his father, distant, laughing as they stood in line for the Ferris wheel. The taste of cotton candy, sticky and sweet, the air buzzing with excitement. And then, that moment, that one moment when everything changed. The clown had appeared, unseen. At first, lurking in the shadows of the park, but once it had seen him once, it had locked eyes with him. It had never let go. It had made him play. The memory twisted, the image of the clown becoming distorted, shifting in his mind. The carnival faded into something darker, more sinister. He saw himself as a child, trembling in front of the clown, standing at the edge of the park where the shadows swallowed everything. His father's voice had disappeared, lost to the hum of the Ferris wheel. There had been only the clown. The clown's voice had been soft, coaxing, but it was laced with something darker, something hungry, and Davis had chosen. He remembered the toy, the plastic one with the broken face, the one that had been given to him. But now, looking back, he saw it for what it truly was. The toy wasn't meant to be a gift. It had been a trap. The clown's laughter echoed again, louder now, consuming everything. It was an awful low sound, one that crawled into his mind and made his skin crawl. The past was not a place to run from. It was a place to die in. The rules were simple, weren't they, Davis? The clown mused, his grin widening. You play and you win. But you never win, do you? Davis's heart was in his throat, his breath coming in gasps as the memories collided, layered upon themselves, suffocating him. You cheated, the clown hissed, its eyes narrowing into slits. You chose the candy. You thought you could get away with it, but you can't. You never could. The past and the present swirled together in an incomprehensible whirlwind of sound and sensation. And suddenly, Davis understood. The clown wasn't just a monster from his past. It wasn't some vengeful specter. It was a reflection of everything he had been, everything he had failed to become. It was his guilt, his regret, his fear of being trapped, of never moving beyond the shadows of his childhood. The clown was him, and he was the clown. You have to play the game. Davis, the clown whispered, its voice growing softer, almost tender. You have to finish it, or you will never be free. The realization hit him like a fist to the gut. The carnival, the clown, the game it had never ended. It was still here, still waiting. And as long as he fought against it, as long as he refused to accept it, the game would continue. The stakes were always the same. He had to play, but he wasn't ready. His hands shook as he reached for the broken toy, the same one he had seen years ago, the one that had been a trap, the one that had been his mistake. Davis didn't know what would happen if he played again, but he knew that there would be no end, no escape, if he didn't. The clown watched, unblinking, its twisted smile never wavering. Its eyes locked onto him with a hunger that could never be sated. It's your turn now, Davis. Choose, Davis's. Heart thundered in his chest. He closed his eyes, his mind clouded with fear. But he knew one thing, the game had begun again, and this time there would be no turning back. Davis stood motionless, his body frozen in place, a puppet caught in the strings of some dark force. The clown's voice echoed in his mind, a cruel lullaby that reverberated with the promise of an eternal nightmare. Choose the clowns. Whispers slithered into his thoughts like a venomous snake, its words filled with a quiet, insidious hunger. Choose, and the game will end. But Davis wasn't sure he wanted to play. Not anymore. The darkness of the carnival surrounded him. Its twisted, vibrant lights casting eerie, unnatural shadows that seemed to stretch and shift like they were alive. The air was thick with the scent of rot and sweetness. A putrid cocktail of childhood innocence tainted by something ancient and malignant. The laughter of the children faded, replaced by a deafening silence, broken only by the soft, wet sloshing of the clown's shoes against the slick, rain-soaked ground. For a long moment, all Davis could do was stand there, overwhelmed by the weight of the past closing in on him. His heart pounded against his ribcage like a wild animal trying to escape. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't think. The carnival was his prison, and the clown his captor. "You've tried to escape before," the clown mused, its voice like ice scraping against his skin. "But you can't. We're bound by this. You know it. You always have." The clown's grin stretched impossibly wide, its teeth jagged and sharp, like the broken remains of shattered glass. Davis's mind spiraled back to that night, the night everything had fallen apart. He could see his younger self standing there, wide-eyed, innocent, the carnival stretching out before him like a dream. That was when it started. His father had been there, his steady hand on Davis's shoulder, leading him through the lights and noise of the fair. He had told him to enjoy the night, to let go of the things that troubled him. But Davis had known something was wrong. The clown had been watching him, watching them both, with those dark, hollow eyes that seemed to pierce into his soul. Now, as an adult, Davis could barely remember the details. He couldn't recall how the clown had approached him, or how it had changed him. But the memory of the carnival, the laughter, the cotton candy, the toys felt like a distant echo, a fading image of something that had once been real, only to slip away into madness. He hadn't known it then, but the clown had been playing him from the start. It had been weaving its web long before that night. Long before Davis even understood what was happening. Davis took a deep, shuddering breath. He tried to move, but his body still refused to respond, his legs rooted in place, paralyzed by some invisible force. The clown stepped closer, its enormous, hulking form casting a shadow that seemed to swallow everything in its path. "Do you remember, Davis?" The clown's voice was low, almost tender, as if it were trying to lull him into submission. "Deep. You remember what you lost, what you gave to me?" His eyes narrowed in frustration. What had he lost? He couldn't think straight. His thoughts were a mess of fragmented memories, like pieces of a puzzle that no longer fit together. But there was something there, something just beyond his grasp, something he had given, something that had cost him more than he realized. It was so easy, wasn't it? The clown continued, its voice slipping into a mocking tone, full of venom. "You thought you could choose. You thought you could leave the game behind, but you can't. You never could. You belong to me, Davis." Davis's chest tightened and his heart rate spiked. The anger inside him surged, and for a moment he fought against the stillness that held him in place. The clown had taken something. From him, it had taken years of his life, his innocence, his family. It had fed on his fear, his guilt, his very existence. "I didn't choose anything," Davis spat, his voice hoarse, breaking through the fog of his paralysis. "You made me. You forced me to play, did I?" The clown tilted its head, its grin widening in grotesque amusement. "Or was it always you, Davis? Always your choice, your fear? You were just too afraid to admit it, but now you see it, don't you?" The air grew heavy with something dark and suffocating. Davis's mind was spinning. He didn't want to play anymore. He didn't want to be part of the clown's twisted game. He had to break free. But the more he struggled against the force that held him, the stronger it became. The clown's presence suffocated him, pressing in from all sides like a crushing weight. His lungs ached as if the very air was being stolen from him. He was sinking, drowning in the memories he had buried for so long. And then, like a switch flipping in his mind, the truth broke through. "I can't escape," Davis whispered, his voice trembling with the awful realization. "I never could." The clown laughed, a low rumbling sound that filled the empty space around them. "No, you can't." The clown's voice was a dark whisper, wrapping around him like a shroud. "Not until you finish. Not until you play the game to the end." Davis felt the cold sting of tears prick at the corners of his eyes. He hadn't wanted to believe it. He hadn't wanted to accept it. But the clown had always been there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for him to remember. It had been in his life all along, not just in the carnival, but in the choices he had made, the guilt he had carried, the fear he had never faced, and now it was time to face it. "What's the choice?" Davis asked, his voice barely a whisper. "What's the price?" The clown smiled, its mouth stretching impossibly wide. "The price, Davis, is you." The words rang out with terrifying finality. "You are the one who decides. Choose, and the game will end. Choose, and you'll be free." Davis felt a deep chill creep over him. The clown's words echoed in his mind, a mantra that drowned out everything else. The price was him. The price had always been him. It wasn't just a game, it was his life. "But remember this," the clown continued, its voice now sharp and insistent, the laughter gone from its tone. "You can't escape without giving something in return. Nothing in this world is ever truly free, not even freedom." The carnival lights flickered, casting long, jagged shadows across the ground. The air was thick with tension, with a sense of finality. Davis knew what the clown was asking him. He understood now the clown wasn't just trying to break him, it was trying to make him choose. The game had always been a choice, but the stakes were higher now. The clown wasn't asking for an easy sacrifice, it wanted everything. And Davis knew it. His mind reeled, spinning with the weight of the decision ahead. What would it cost him to end the game? Would it be his life, his soul, his sanity? Or would it cost him something even more precious? He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. "I choose." Davis's voice was a murmur, his resolve hardening like steel. The words felt heavier than he could comprehend. "I choose to end it." The clown's grin widened impossibly, its eyes gleaming with something almost satisfied. "Very well," it said, its voice a low, foreboding whisper. "The game is almost over." The ground beneath him trembled, the carnival shifting, distorting as the forces of the game stirred to life. The choice had been made, and now there would be no turning back. But the more he struggled against the force that held him, the stronger it became. The clown's presence suffocated him, pressing in from all sides like a crushing weight. His lungs ached as if the very air was being stolen from him. He was sinking, drowning in the memories he had buried for so long. And then, like a switch flipping in his mind, the truth broke through. "I can't escape," Davis whispered, his voice trembling with the awful realization. "I never could." The clown laughed, a low rumbling sound that filled the empty space around them. "No, you can't." The clown's voice was a dark whisper, wrapping around him like a shroud. "Not until you finish. Not until you play the game to the end." Davis felt the cold sting of tears prick at the corners of his eyes. He hadn't wanted to believe it. He hadn't wanted to accept it. But the clown had always been there, lurking in the shadows, waiting for him to remember. It had been in his life all along, not just in the carnival, but in the choices he had made, the guilt he had carried, the fear he had never faced, and now it was time to face it. "What's the choice?" Davis asked, his voice barely a whisper. "What's the price?" The clown smiled, its mouth stretching impossibly wide. "The price, Davis, is you." The words rang out with terrifying finality. "You are the one who decides. Choose, and the game will end. Choose, and you'll be free. Davis felt a deep chill creep over him. The clown's words echoed in his mind, a mantra that drowned out everything else. The price was him. The price had always been him. It wasn't just a game, it was his life. But remember this, the clown continued, its voice now sharp and insistent, the laughter gone from its tone. You can't escape without giving something in return. Nothing in this world is ever truly free, not even freedom. The carnival lights flickered, casting long, jagged shadows across the ground. The air was thick with tension, with a sense of finality. Davis knew what the clown was asking him. He understood now the clown wasn't just trying to break him, it was trying to make him choose. The game had always been a choice, but the stakes were higher now. The clown wasn't asking for an easy sacrifice, it wanted everything. And Davis knew it. His mind reeled, spinning with the weight of the decision ahead. What would it cost him to end the game? Would it be his life, his soul, his sanity? Or would it cost him something even more precious? He took a deep breath, trying to steady himself. I choose. Davis's voice was a murmur, his resolve hardening like steel. The words felt heavier than he could comprehend. I choose to end it. The clown's grin widened impossibly, its eyes gleaming with something almost satisfied. Very well, it said, its voice a low, foreboding whisper. The game is almost over. The ground beneath him trembled, the carnival shifting, distorting as the forces of the game stirred to life. The choice had been made, and now there would be no turning back. Davis stumbled backward, his breath coming in short, shallow gasps. His mind spun wildly as he tried to comprehend what was happening. Why were they here? Why were these people, these familiar faces, now twisted versions of themselves? You know the truth, Davis, the clown said softly, its voice like a caress, as though it were speaking directly to the deepest parts of his soul. They didn't want to be here. They didn't choose the game. You did. They're trapped here with you, just like you're trapped with them. The shadows of his friends grew clearer now, their masks melting away to reveal their grotesque, contorted faces beneath. Their eyes were wide, unblinking, staring into him with an emotionless gaze that sent a chill through his entire body. One of them, his best friend from childhood, stepped forward, the figure distorted and thin, with its skin stretched tight over its skull, its mouth hanging open in a silent scream. What did you do to us? It whispered in a voice that was barely recognizable, a rasping, cracked sound. What did you make us become? Davis recoiled, a wave of nausea hitting him. The memories came flooding back in a rush. His childhood, the games they had played, the laughter. They had always been so carefree, so full of life. But now, in this nightmare realm, the joy had been twisted, suffocated, warped into something grotesque. He had done this. He had led them all into this nightmare. The clown's words rang in his ears, each syllable carving deeper into his psyche. He was the one who had chosen. He was the one who had brought them here. You wanted freedom, the clown murmured, its voice slithering into his mind like cold smoke. You wanted to escape the guilt, the pain. But there is no escape, Davis. Not for you, not for them. Davis turned to look at the clown, his fists clenched in desperation. He couldn't take it anymore. This had to end. He couldn't keep running. He couldn't keep hiding behind the lies. How do I end it? Davis's voice broke as he asked the question, his throat tight with a mixture of anger and fear. The clown stepped forward, its grin widening to an unnatural size, stretching, impossibly wide, as though it were about to swallow him whole. You've been choosing all along, and now you must choose again. A deep sense of dread washed over him as the carnival around him began to change. The figures of his friends, their twisted faces, faded into the shadows, becoming nothing more than faint outlines, vanishing from view. The carnival rides began to creak and groan, as if they were waking up from some long slumber. The air thickened, growing suffocating as the final step of the game began to reveal itself. And in that moment, Davis realized the terrifying truth. The game wasn't over. It had only just begun. The world around Davis began to fracture. The carnival's twisted landscape, already unnatural in its horror, now began to warp further. The ground beneath him seemed to split and twist, curling like the pages of a burned book, stretching and folding inward. The air hummed with an unsettling resonance, like the final notes of an eerie lullaby, held too long, reverberating endlessly. There was no escape from this place, no exit, no end. He had been brought here, and this was where he would remain. The clown, standing still before him, watched with an expression of cruel amusement, its face twisted into a permanent mask of agony and glee. The smile on its lips, stretched impossibly wide, remained fixed, unchanging, like a part of its grotesque anatomy. "You feel it, don't you?" The clown's voice slithered through the thick air. It was calm now, smooth like liquid, carrying with it an unbearable weight of inevitability. "This place, these people, they are all reflections of you. Your past, your choices, your guilt." Davis's breath came in quick, shallow bursts. He could feel his skin growing cold, his hands trembling, not from the chill, but from the crushing weight of realization. Every sound around him, the twisted carnival music, the faint screeching of broken gears, the disembodied whispers of his old friends seemed to warp and distort, as if the very essence of this world was tethered to his mind, pulling his memories out from their hiding places. Double quotes, "No, ... Davis whispered hoarsely, shaking his head. "It can't be. I didn't. Yes, every memory, every wound, every piece of fear you've buried for years. It's all here now, alive." Davis staggered backward, his head spinning as the full weight of the clown's words sank in. The memories, the guilty had thought he had buried them, years of trying to move on, to forget. But now it was all coming back, like ghosts clawing their way out of the past. The faces of his childhood friends, now distorted and warped, had been only the beginning. The carnival, the masks, the twisted games, all of it was a mirror, a reflection of his deepest fears and regrets. The ground beneath him shifted once again, as if the earth itself were trying to swallow him whole. The carousel, its once bright and colorful horses, now withered and skeletal, began to spin, slowly at first, then faster, its sound growing louder. The painted wooden faces of the horses turned toward him, their eyes hollow, unblinking, and he felt as though their gaze was cutting straight through him, peeling back the layers of his soul. He turned away, but the carnival had changed. The once vibrant tents and booths were now nothing more than decaying husks. Broken carnival games, their signs peeling and faded, lined the once glittering streets, now caked in thick, wet mud. Everywhere Davis looked, the faces of the past stared back at him, his family, his friends, all of them distorted by time, their features twisted by the clown's dark magic. He could hear their whispers, their voices mingling with the chilling wind, growing louder, more insistent. "You think you've outrun us, Davis," a voice called out from the shadows, familiar and full of pain. "You think you can leave us?" Behind, Davis spun around, his heart slamming against his chest. There, standing before him, was the first of them. His mother, her face pale and gaunt, her eyes empty sockets where tears should have been. She smiled at him, a brittle, broken. Smiland took a step forward, her movements slow and deliberate. His voice cracked, and the word felt strange on his tongue. The woman standing before him wasn't his mother anymore. It couldn't be. The eyes that looked back at him were hollow, devoid of the warmth that had once been there. Her smile was twisted into something almost mocking. "You left us, Davis," she whispered. "You chose to forget us, and now you'll never escape." Davis staggered back, his chest tight with a pain that squeezed the breath from his lungs. The air grew colder, colder than any winter night. The temperature dropped as if all warmth had been drained from the world, leaving only an oppressive, suffocating cold. The whispering voices grew louder, and he could hear them all: his father, his brother, his friends' voices from every corner, each one accusing, each one reminding him of his guilt. "It's not real," Davis muttered to himself, shaking his head desperately. "It's all in my head. I'm dreaming. I have to be dreaming." But as he spoke the words, he knew they were lies. The weight of it, the crushing burden of the carnival, the specters of his past, the clown, none of it could be denied. The reality of it pressed in on him like the walls of a tomb, and his mind screamed for escape. Then a harsh, metallic screech filled the air, drowning out all other sounds. The Ferris wheel, once frozen, now began to turn with slow, mechanical precision. The giant structure groaned and creaked, its rusted metal joints protesting with each turn. The carousel spun faster, the sound of its creaking wooden horses grating on his nerves. The music, warped and discordant, echoed through the dark, suffocating air. Through the chaos, he heard a voice. The clown's voice. "You still don't understand, do you?" it taunted. "This is your reflection, Davis. These are your choices, your regrets, your fear. All of it turned back on you. You can't escape from yourself. You never could." Davis clenched his fists, the force of the clown's words like a slap to the face. He couldn't escape, not from this, not from the past. The twisted carnival was a prison of his own making, the horrors of his life reflected back at him in these distorted, broken forms. There was no running, no place to hide. Not from the clown, not from his guilt. The world around him began to fold and distort again. The walls of the carnival bent inward, the tents and rides seeming to melt into each other. The colors of the lights bled into shadows, flickering in time with the fading music. The distorted faces of his family and friends were closing in on him, their hollow eyes fixed on him as they drew closer. "You wanted to forget," the clown continued, its voice now cold and deep, vibrating through the air. "But you can't, Davis. It's in your blood, in your heart. And no matter how far you run, no matter how many times you try to deny it, it will always follow you. Always, until the end." Davis felt his body grow heavy, his limbs sluggish, as though the very air had become a weight pressing down on him. He wanted to collapse, to give in, to let the crushing tide of memories swallow him whole. But something inside him, something deep, buried under years of pain and fear, refused to let go. The echo of a time before, when he had still been whole, when the world had still been innocent, flickered in his mind. A flicker of something sharp, something strong, a memory of his younger self standing strong against the dark forces of the world. A voice. No matter how dark it gets, you always have a choice. And suddenly, something shifted within him. The air, which had felt so heavy and suffocating, seemed to lift just slightly. His chest seemed to loosen for just a fraction of a second, his fists tightening as he turned his gaze to the clown. "I will escape," he said, his voice steady, even though his insides trembled with fear. The clown's face twisted into a smile, the sickening grin stretching impossibly wide. "We'll see, Davis. We'll see if you can choose differently this time." The carnival shifted again, pulling at the very fabric of his mind, and Davis braced himself. The game wasn't over. It had only just begun. The world around him was a nightmare in motion. The once familiar carnival, with its muted colors and broken rides, was now an infernal, shifting landscape of shadows and distorted memories. The cold air pressed in on him, thick with a suffocating weight. Every breath felt heavy, laden with the impossible task of resisting the overwhelming pull of the past. Davis's mind was on the edge of collapse. The twisted faces of his family, his childhood friends, each of them accusing him, reminding him of the choices he had made. The carnival itself, like a living creature, seemed to know his every fear, every regret, every weakness. It pushed him further into the abyss with each passing moment, forcing him to relive the darkest corners of his soul. But Davis wasn't broken yet, not completely. The clown's grin, stretched unnaturally wide, glimmered in the flickering carnival lights, as it stood just a few paces away, watching him with an almost parental amusement. It had been watching him since he first arrived, guiding him deeper into this hellish game. The clown, the orchestrator of his torment, the reflection of his own darkest thoughts and fears, had always been there, lurking in the corners of his mind, the embodiment of his guilt and shame. "You think you can fight me, Davis?" The clown's voice was a low murmur, like the hum of a distant, broken radio. "You think you can outrun your past?" Davis's jaw tightened as he looked up at the clown, his breath coming in uneven gasps. The carnival was alive now, almost sentient, thrumming with a malevolent energy that echoed in the very air. The rides groaned and creaked, the warped carnival, music growing louder, faster, its discordant notes tearing through the silence like jagged glass. "You've already made your choice," the clown continued, its voice dripping with malice. "You've always had a choice, Davis. From the moment you stepped foot into this place, you chose Urquette, to leave us behind, and now you'll pay the price for it." Davis shook his head, his chest tight with panic. True, he told himself. He had never wanted this nightmare. He had never chosen to bring them back. He had only wanted to escape the pain, to bury the guilt that weighed so heavily on his heart. But now, as the carnival closed in on him, he realized the truth of the clown's words. This was his fault. But there was still a chance. There had to be. "No," Davis said, his voice hoarse but stronger now. "I won't let you win. I can choose differently." The clown laughed, a twisted sound that reverberated through the air, sending a chill down his spine. Its eyes, black voids filled with malice, gleamed as it stepped closer. "You think you can choose?" Davis's heart pounded in his chest, a drumbeat that matched the heavy rhythm of the carnival's twisted music. His feet sank deeper into the mud with every step he took, but he fought against it. "This is my fight," he thought. "I have to fight back." He closed his eyes for a moment, trying to block out the overwhelming sensations around him. The faces of his friends, his family, his past, they were all here. Every memory that had ever haunted him, each one twisted and broken, accusing him. They were all waiting for him to crumble, waiting for him to admit defeat. But he couldn't. Not anymore. Davis's breath steadied. He could still feel the weight of their presence, but it no longer crushed him. The darkness that had once consumed him, the guilt that had dragged him into this place, still lingered, but it no longer had control over him. He had come to terms with it. He had to. "You're not real," he whispered to himself, the words barely audible over the oppressive hum of the carnival. "You're just shadows, memories, and I don't have to carry you anymore." The clown's face twisted in anger, its grin turning into a grotesque snarl. "You can't escape. You think you can just wish us away." Davis opened his eyes and looked directly into the clown's face, a spark of defiance burning in his chest. The carnival's music screeched in protest, its distortion more frantic now, as if it too feared what was happening. The ground trembled beneath him, and the air seemed to shift. "I can escape," Davis said, his voice stronger now, the words coming from somewhere deep inside of him. "I will escape. I won't carry this burden anymore. I choose to let go." With that declaration, the carnival shuddered violently. The rides, once frozen and lifeless, creaked and groaned as if the very metal that held them together was bending, twisting, and snapping. The lights overhead flickered and popped, casting long, jagged shadows that seemed to writhe as they stretched across the broken ground, And then the clown laughed again, but this time there was something different in its laugh. It was not mocking, but rather nervous. Its smile slipping, as though it didn't quite understand what was happening. Its eyes narrowed, the black voids flickering with a faint spark of uncertainty. "No," the clown hissed, its voice rising in frustration. "You can't choose. You can't just take it all back. You can't undo what you've done." Davis stood tall, now every inch of him focused on the figure before him. The carnival around him trembled, its once oppressive presence slowly receding, the shadows fading. The twisted carnival rides groaned one last time before their rusted metal frames began to crumble into dust, scattering into the wind like forgotten memories. The faces of his family and friends, once so horrifying, now blurred and faded, losing their sharp edges, their accusations falling silent. "I can undo it," Davis said, his voice firm and steady. "I'm not the person I was. I choose to change." The clown snarled in fury, its form beginning to shift, to distort in response to the challenge Davis had thrown down. Its once human features twisted and buckled. The carnival itself began to warp with it, the once gleaming lights flickering, their colors turning dull, their brilliance fading away. "You think you've won," the clown shrieked, its voice breaking as the carnival around them started to collapse, piece by piece. "You think you can escape your fate." Davis stepped forward, his feet sinking less into the mud now, his steps becoming lighter with every motion. The carnival's grip on him was loosening, its power waning as his resolve grew stronger. He could feel the weight of his guilt still, but it no longer owned him. He could feel the echoes of his past, the pain, the loss, the regret, but they were no longer in control. They were just memories, and memories could be faced, could be dealt with, could be let go. The clown screeched, its form now a chaotic, swirling mass of shadows and light, its face unrecognizable, its body torn between human and something else entirely. The darkness began to consume itself, folding inwards, collapsing, unable to withstand the force of Davis's determination. And then, with one final bone-shaking scream, the clown's form shattered, its laughter turning into an awful, garbled cry. The carnival shuddered violently, the entire nightmare world beginning to unravel. The colors bled away into darkness, and the rides, the tents, the distorted faces, all of it began to disintegrate, fading into nothingness. Davis stood, alone, his breath ragged, his heart pounding in his chest. The twisted carnival, the clown, the faces of the past, they were all gone, swallowed by the darkness that had once held him captive, and in their place was silence. The oppressive weight of the carnival had lifted, and all that remained was the echo of his own heartbeat, a quiet, steady rhythm in the stillness. But even as the world around him vanished, Davis knew that the true test was yet to come. The choice had been made, but the journey was far from over. The ground beneath Davis's feet trembled, and for a moment he thought the carnival might return, that its grotesque lights would flicker back to life and swallow him whole again. But the silence was oppressive, a void where once there had been a world of noise, a place that had thrived on pain and regret. Davis stood in the middle of the ruined fairground, his chest rising and falling with each breath, the weight of his decisions settling on him like a heavy cloak. He had won, he had broken the cycle, or so he thought. Its warped tents and rusting rides collapsed into the air like smoke, vanishing into nothingness. No more twisted laughter, no more haunting whispers, no more eyes watching from the shadows. But where was the exit? Where was the end to this nightmare? He turned slowly, scanning the empty space, his heart beginning to pound. The ground, once thick with mud, was now cracked and barren. The carnival's stench, that foul blend of rot and sweat, was gone, replaced by the bitter taste of ozone in the air, as if something still lingered, something unfinished. For a moment, the world felt normal, too normal. He almost wanted the madness back, It had been easier to fight something tangible, an enemy he could confront. But now, there was only this stillness. It stretched on forever, suffocating in its quiet. There were no lights, no shadows, no sound. And then a shift. A crack appeared in the ground, jagged and wide, splitting the air like thunder. The earth itself seemed to ripple, a wave of darkness unfurling from within the crack. For a moment, Davis's heart stopped. Was it the carnival returning to claim him? He stumbled back, his foot catching on something sharp, sending him sprawling to the ground. The crack continued to widen, the darkness pouring out like ink spilling from an overturned bottle. Then, from the black void, a shape began to emerge. It was small at first, no more than a shadow, a silhouette, shifting and undulating as it rose from the abyss. Davis's breath hitched. The air felt colder, and a chill ran through his bones. He could feel it before he saw its presence. The shape grew larger, its contours sharpening, revealing the outline of a figure, a human form. But it wasn't quite human. It stood at the edge of the abyss, towering above Davis like a dark monolith. And as it did, the world seemed to warp around it. The ground cracked further, the very air distorting with a strange gravitational force. The air hummed with energy, a palpable, buzzing pressure that made Davis's head spin. The shape loomed larger, revealing the details that had been hidden. Before long, bony arms, clawed fingers reaching out from the depths of the void. Its face, if it could even be called a face, was a blank canvas of shadow and light, shifting, merging, like the last remnants of a dream he couldn't remember. And then it spoke. Its voice was a cacophony of whispers, hundreds of voices layered over one another, rising and falling in a chorus of agony and despair. The words it spoke were fragmented, broken, as if they were being torn from the very fabric of reality itself. You cannot undo . Davis stood frozen, unable to tear his eyes away from the apparition before him. It wasn't the clown, it wasn't the carnival, but it was something else, something much older, much more dangerous, something that had been waiting in the shadows all along. You thought you were free, the figure whispered, its voice like the rustling of dead leaves. You thought you could escape the price of your choices. Davis took a hesitant step back, his heart hammering against his ribcage. He wanted to run, to turn and flee, but his legs refused to move. The figure's presence was suffocating, its very existence bending the laws of space and time around it. It was as if the world itself was unraveling in its presence, the edges of reality blurring into an indistinct haze. "What are you?" Davis managed to croak, his voice weak and trembling. He wasn't sure if he even wanted the answer. He had thought he had broken free of the carnival, of the clown, but this thing, this creature felt like the true force behind it all, the source of the nightmare. The figure tilted its head, the black void of its face stretching, as though considering the question. "I am not the clown," it replied slowly, the words chilling Davis to his core. "I am the price of your choice, the cost of your defiance." Davis's breath caught in his throat. "No, . The figure continued, the whispers growing louder, now becoming a low, haunting chant. "You chose to resist the carnival, to resist me, but there is always a price for rebellion, always a toll for those who try to rewrite fate." Davis's mind raced, his heart thundering in his chest. This creature was not a part of the carnival, it was something far more ancient, far more powerful. It was the true embodiment of the forces that had brought him here. It had been waiting for him, lurking beneath the surface of his own soul, waiting for him to make his final choice. The clown had been nothing more than a Pepita distraction. The true enemy, the true test, was this thing, this entity, that had now emerged from the very fabric of the nightmare he had tried so desperately to escape. "You can't defeat me," the figure intoned, its voice growing louder with each word, as though the very sound of it was tearing through the air. You are nothing but a fleeting moment in the grand tapestry of fate. Davis's mind whirled. What had he gotten himself into? Had he truly believed he could outrun this force, that his defiance would come without consequence? But there was still hope. I have to fight. I have to face it, he thought. His thoughts were fractured, but he knew what he had to do. He couldn't just accept this. He couldn't let it take everything he had fought for. With a fierce determination, Davis planted his feet firmly into the cracked earth, standing tall in the face of the creature. You don't control me. You never have. The figure's whispers faltered for a moment, its form flickering, as though it wasn't entirely sure what Davis was doing. For a split second, the oppressive weight of its presence lifted. Then, face the consequences, the figure growled, its voice splitting into 1,000 jagged echoes. And in that moment, the ground beneath Davis's feet shuddered once more, the void widening until it was nothing but an infinite black abyss, swallowing everything around him. He was falling, but even as the darkness pulled him down, even as the whispers of the figure echoed in his mind, Davis knew one thing. He wasn't done yet. He couldn't be. Not until he faced this, until he learned what this truly was. And deep in the heart of the void, something stirred. The world collapsed around Davis. He fell through the blackened air, his body weightless and spinning, caught in a turbulent current that tugged at his very soul. There was no light, no sound, just the endless stretch of emptiness that devoured everything in its path. The creature's whispers echoed in his mind, 1,000 voices blending into one insistent guttural drone, each word a barb scraping at his thoughts. You thought you could escape, but you've only delayed the inevitable, the voice hissed. You are the inevitable. Davis's eyes fluttered open, but he saw nothing. There was no ground beneath him, no sky above, just the vast, suffocating dark. The sensation of falling grew more intense, as though the very fabric of space had unraveled and left him spiraling into a place beyond reason. His heart raced, his breath coming in desperate gasps, his skin prickling with the cold of the infinite abyss. Suddenly, the air shifted. A faint pressure pushed against him, not the weight of gravity, but something heavier. Something pressing into his chest, squeezing the air from his lungs. The darkness began to change, taking on texture, something sticky, like tar oozing and curling around him, suffocating in its embrace. Davis closed his eyes tightly, trying to steady his breath, to force himself to focus, but there was no escape. Every direction felt like a trap. He was surrounded, closed in, a pawn caught in a game he couldn't comprehend. What was this place? The whispers came again, louder now, pressing against the edges of his sanity. You've fallen into the space between the worlds, the voice sneered. The void of the forgotten, the place where all things lost, the place where memories, once deemed too painful to remember, are forced to rot. This is where you belong, Davis. This is where you will always belong. The words twisted and slithered inside him, poisoning his thoughts. The feeling of isolation clawed at him, the realization that he had nowhere to go, no way to escape. He had tried to outrun the past, to bury it in the dark corners of his mind, but here it was, waiting for him, lurking in the shadows of his own guilt. You were always bound to me, the voice crooned, now almost gentle in its insidious cadence. You never truly left. The moment you made the decision to come here, to confront your choices, you accepted the truth. You were always going to return. The carnival that was just the beginning. This is the end. The weight of the realization sank into his chest, heavy and suffocating. He had thought he could fight this, that by confronting the carnival, by breaking free from the clown, he could escape the past. But this ... this was something else entirely. This was the abyss of space between life and death, between memory and forgetting. the tar-like substance thickened, wrapping around his arms, his legs, until it felt as though his very limbs were frozen in place. He could feel the coldness creeping into his bones, the chill of hopelessness settling deep within him. He tried to move, to struggle against the force holding him in place, but his body was heavy, numb. "You cannot escape me," the voice whispered. "You cannot escape the truth. Not now, not ever." Suddenly, the tar seemed to shift, pulling away from him with an almost mechanical precision, leaving Davis suspended in the blackness. The absence of pressure was almost worse than the weight. He was untethered, floating in the emptiness, adrift in an ocean of his own despair. And then, through the blackness, a shape began to emerge, a silhouette. Faint at first, like a distant memory clawing its way to the surface. Slowly, the figure sharpened into focus. A man standing tall, his face obscured by a shadow, his features impossible to make out. Davis's heart skipped. He knew this figure. He knew it before he even saw the eyes, those hollow, soulless eyes, staring back at him from the depths of the void. It was his father, Dad. Davis's voice trembled, the name catching in his throat as he whispered the word. Figure didn't move, but his presence filled the space, pressing against Davis like a heavy weight. "You've been trying so hard to forget." The voice, now unmistakably his father's, echoed in the dark, "but it's too late. You can't outrun me. You can't outrun what you did." Davis flinched, his breath catching. What had he done? The memory flashed unbidden. A moment from the past, an argument, a harsh word, a decision he could never take back. The moment that had fractured everything. He had left, he had run away, and his father, had never forgiven him. The image of the figure before him wavered, flickering like a shadow caught in a gust of wind. It seemed to grow more and more indistinct, like a fading photograph, but the words continued, each one a dagger driven deep into Davis's chest. "You think you've changed, don't you?" his father's voice murmured. "But deep down you're still the same. You left me. You abandoned us. And no matter where you go, no matter what you do, you'll always be that coward." Davis closed. His eyes, the pain of the past threatening to overwhelm him. He wanted to fight back. He wanted to scream, to demand that it wasn't true, that he wasn't the same person he had been when he had walked away all those years ago. But the voice continued to twist in his mind, the words embedding themselves deep, feeding the guilt that had been festering within him all this time. "You left us," the voice echoed, louder now, as though it was closing in. "You ran. You chose this. You chose the escape. And now you must face the cost." The shape of his father seemed to dissolve into the darkness, the words still ringing in Davis's ears as the darkness deepened around him. Then, through the oppressive silence, a faint light appeared in the distance, a glimmer of something beyond the black void. Davis's heart skipped a beat as he stared at it, hope stirring in his chest. Could it be? Was this an exit? A way out? He began to move toward the light, his steps slow and hesitant at first, his legs still heavy from the lingering presence of the abyss. But with each step, the weight lifted, and the light grew brighter, more tangible, until it enveloped him. In its warmth, he could feel it against his skin, pulling him, urging him to continue. He didn't know how long he walked, but the further he moved, the stronger the pull of the light became. He could hear something, now whispers, but this time, they weren't taunting him. They were calling to him. He could hear his mother's voice, soft and loving, and the distant laughter of his childhood friends. And then, just as he was about to reach the light, everything stopped. A hand, cold and firm, gripped his wrist, yanking him back. He spun, his heart crashing against his ribs as he found himself face to face with the figure again, this time, its face clearer. It was his father, yes, but there was something wrong with him. His father's face was stretched, a sickly pale version of what it had been in life, his eyes hollow pits of darkness. "You think you can leave so easily," the voice growled. "You're not done yet, Davis. There is still more to pay." The figure pulled him back into the blackness, the light fading, the warmth slipping away like sand through his fingers. "You made a choice," his father's voice continued, "and now you will face the price." The grip on his wrist tightened, and the light was gone. Once again, Davis was alone in the abyss, the whispers growing louder, the weight of his past pulling him deeper into the darkness. The abyss felt heavier now, pressing in on Davis like an unrelenting storm, the darkness seeping into his very being. Every breath he drew was thick with regret, a taste in his mouth that was as bitter as failure itself. The cold grasp of his father's hand tightened around his wrist, dragging him further into the void, into a place that seemed to have no beginning or end. He tried to scream, but no sound escaped his throat. His legs kicked out in desperation, but they moved as though through molasses, heavy and unresponsive. The whispers continued, growing louder, each voice distinct now, pulling him under in a torrent of accusations and judgment. His father's face remained a shadow in the distance, his hollow eyes locked onto Davis with a gaze that pierced the darkness, condemning him without words. His very presence seemed to rip through the thin veil of sanity that Davis had left, unraveling him further with every passing second. "You can't outrun this," the voice echoed, as it had before, a twisted reflection of the past that had haunted him for years. "You are nothing but a coward, a failure." Davis's heart thudded painfully in his chest, the weight of those words crashing down on him. He had thought he could outrun it, that by confronting the carnival, by defying its twisted rules, he could escape the terrible choices of his past. But here, in this place between worlds, he was reminded that there was no escaping what he had done, no escaping the consequences of his actions. It didn't matter how far he ran, the past would always find him. The abyss would always pull him back. The void around him seemed to stretch, an infinite sea of black, and he could feel himself being drawn further into it. The hand on his wrist tugged again, pulling him forward, and the whispers intensified, surrounding him like a swarm of angry bees. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't think. His mind was drowning in the echoes of his failures, and all he wanted was to be free from it, to escape. And yet, deep down, he knew there was no freedom. Not here, not now. "You will never escape," the voice of his father whispered, this time right behind him, its breath cold on his neck. "You can't outrun the choices you made." Davis clenched his eyes shut, trying to block out the voices, trying to ignore the suffocating grip of the past that held him fast. The memories were flooding in, overwhelming him. The day he had left his family, the argument that had fractured everything, the silence that had followed. He had thought he could move on, that time would heal the wounds. But now, in this dark and suffocating place, it felt as though every mistake, every regret, was being forced to the surface. There was no escaping it, and yet, something within him stirred. A spark, a glimmer of defiance, flickered in the depths of his mind. He couldn't give up. He couldn't let this place, this thing define him. He wasn't the same person he had been when he left. He had fought, hadn't he? He had fought the carnival. He had fought the clown. And now, he had to fight this. "This is my reckoning," he thought. "This is my test." His hand, which had been frozen in place, began to move. His fingers twitched, then clenched into a fist. It was a small movement, but it was enough. His wrist began to free itself from his father's cold grip, inch by inch. The darkness around him seemed to pulse, as though it had noticed his resistance, as though it were growing angry at his refusal to submit. But Davis didn't care. He couldn't care. This was his chance, the last chance. The whispers raged louder now, screaming in his ears, tearing at his mind. But Davis pushed through them. He could hear his father's voice, still taunting him, still accusing him of his failures. But it was fading, growing weaker as Davis fought against the tide of despair that had once held him captive. No more, he thought. No more running. With a final, desperate surge of strength, Davis wrenched his wrist free from his father's grasp. His father's hand remained, suspended in the air for a brief moment, before it dissolved into the darkness, vanishing like a wisp of smoke. The abyss seemed to hesitate, as though it too were unsure of what had just happened. The whispers faltered, their voices turning to static, as if the world around him had momentarily lost its shape. Davis took a ragged breath, his chest heaving, his mind spinning from the weight of his inner battle. The ground beneath him was still nothing but blackness, but the feeling of being trapped, the crushing weight of inevitability, was starting to lift. He could still feel the presence of his father's ghost lingering in the edges of his consciousness, but it was fading, slowly, like the last remnants of a nightmare after waking. And then, in the distance, something changed. A flicker of light. Davis turned, blinking against the sudden brightness, his heart pounding. The light was small at first, just a spark in the distance, but it grew steadily brighter, growing in size and intensity, until it felt like a star was burning in the middle of the void. The whispers that had filled his mind began to recede, their voices fading to nothing. The darkness around him began to break apart, splintering like shattered glass, and for the first time, Davis felt the pull of something else. Hope. The light wasn't a trap. It wasn't an illusion. It was real. Davis didn't think. He ran toward it. With each step, the ground beneath him solidified. The abyss was closing, retreating into the corners of his mind, as though the very act of moving toward the light was banishing it. The light itself seemed to draw him in, not pulling at him with force, but inviting him, beckoning him with a quiet promise. As he neared it, the light took shape, no longer just an abstract glow, but an entrance, a doorway, framed in a shimmering blue haze. Beyond the doorway, Davis could make out figures, shadows, faces, voices, people he hadn't seen in years, his family, his friends, the people he had abandoned, the ones who had waited for him, hoping he would come back. And then a voice called out, not his father's voice, but a voice filled with warmth and familiarity. Davis. He turned, and there, standing just beyond the doorway, was his mother, her face soft with concern, but with a kindness in her eyes that he hadn't seen in so long. She was real, no illusion. He could feel her presence in the very marrow of his bones. "Mom," he whispered, his voice cracking with emotion. He hadn't realized just how much he had longed for this moment, for her embrace, for forgiveness. He had abandoned her just as much as he had abandoned his father. But here she was, waiting for him. The abyss had given him one last test, a final reckoning. The shadow of his father, his past, had been a reminder of his guilt, of the price he had paid for his choices. But this was his chance for redemption. Davis took a step forward, then another, the weight of the past lifting with each motion. The light pulsed, and as he crossed the threshold, a wave of peace washed over him, a soothing balm that washed away the darkness that had plagued him for so long. In that moment, he understood. He hadn't escaped the abyss. He had confronted it, and now he was free. The light wrapped around Davis like a warm embrace, a gentle pull, yet one that held the weight of everything that had come before it. The doorway, now fully open, beckoned him forward, and the voices of those he had left behind called to him: his mother, his childhood friends, and even the people he had failed, all inviting him into the warmth of this unknown space. But as his foot crossed the threshold, something halted him, something deep inside that he couldn't explain. It was as if the very air had thickened, the light dimming just a fraction, and the feeling of almost being whole settled over him like a heavy fog. Davis paused. his hand halfway extended, but he couldn't bring himself to take that final step. The warmth, he had spent so long in the darkness that the light, in all its purity, felt foreign to him. It felt, "You're hesitating." The voice came from behind him, and Davis's heart froze. He knew that voice. He didn't need to turn to know who it was. His father stood just beyond the edge of the doorway, his figure now clearer than ever before. He was no longer a specter of shadow and accusation. No, now. His father's face was entirely clear, his features hauntingly familiar, but worn, aged as if time had etched every regret and every fault onto his face. His eyes, those cold, dead eyes, bore into Davis with the weight of 1,000 unsaid words. "You can't leave," the voice said again, soft but insistent. "You think this is it, that stepping through this door will fix everything. But it won't. You've spent so long running, Davis, so long pretending. You haven't faced everything yet." Davis stood frozen, feeling the presence of his father draw closer. The abyss was still alive, lurking just beyond the doorway, casting long shadows across the light that threatened to swallow it whole. World around him seemed to lose its shape, the edges of reality wavering like a dream slipping through his fingers. And yet, his father's words, "You haven't faced everything," yet struck him like a bolt of lightning. "What do you mean?" Davis whispered, barely daring to speak, as though voicing the question might bring some horrible consequence. His father's lips parted into something close to a smile, though it was a cruel, twisted thing, far removed from any comfort or love Davis might have once known. "You haven't faced yourself." Davis's heart skipped a beat, and a rush of confusion washed over him. His father's form seemed to shift, flickering like the weak light of a dying candle. The air between them hummed with a tension that hung thick, oppressive, like the final breath before a storm. "What are you talking about? I don't have to face you anymore. Not me." The voice sounded amused, but bitter. "You haven't confronted the truth of your own choices, Davis. You left, you abandoned us, ... But what else did you leave behind? What else did you forsake?" A cold sweat broke out on Davis's brow, the words striking too close to home. He had always thought the hardest part was walking away from his family, abandoning his father after the argument, cutting ties with everyone he once loved, convinced that they would be better off without him. But was that really the truth? That the whole truth? In the dim light that surrounded him, memories began to surface, flashbacks of moments he had buried so deep that he thought they were gone. The carnival, the first visit, the clowns, the children who had been lost there, their faces twisted in agony, their eyes wide with terror, his own hands stained with their desperation, their cries echoing through the darkness. He hadn't just run from his family. He had run from the truth that he had been complicit in something far darker than he had ever admitted to himself. The carnival, the creature, the clownet, had never been just about him. He had played a part in something much larger, something unavoidable. And as those memories flooded back to him, as the weight of them settled upon his shoulders like a crushing force, Davis felt his legs go weak. The truth was a black hole now, one that had been waiting for him to look into it. The horrifying realization clawed at his insides, forcing him to face the twisted fact he had kept hidden from himself for years. He hadn't just abandoned his family, he had abandoned the truth. Davis staggered back, hands clutching his head, trying to block out the sudden onslaught of images, the echoing cries of the lost, the laughter of the damned. He had been so sure that he had outrun it all, that the carnival was just a terrible memory. But no, it wasn't gone. It wasn't over. "You think you can just walk away from all this?" The voice continued, now rasping, becoming something darker, a more familiar tone. "You can never escape me. You can never escape what? You are what you did." He was on his knees now, shaking, his face wet with tears, His father's presence loomed behind him, suffocating, as if he were trapped in the past once more. But Davis knew that this wasn't the end, not yet. There was something more he had to confront, something far more sinister than just his father's. Ghost, a shadow moved, and through the dimness of the abyss, a shape materialized, a form all too familiar. It was the clownet's grotesque, painted face, smiling with that wide, unsettling grin. Its eyes gleamed with a sinister light, and for the first time, Davis saw the true meaning of the carnival, the very essence of its malice. "You're just like me," the clown's voice echoed, low and mocking. "You ran, you left them, and now you have to pay the price." The figure began to step forward, each movement deliberate, each step filling the air with an almost suffocating dread. Davis could feel the pull of the clown's presence like a magnetic force, dragging him back into the dark corners of his mind. The carnival was never gone. It was still there, lurking beneath the surface, feeding off of every mistake, every regret, every fear. Davis struggled to breathe, his heart hammering in his chest, as the clown's shadow enveloped him, pressing down on him with the weight of everything he had ever done wrong. But even as the creature loomed closer, something inside Davis's sparked a final flicker of defiance. He was so close now, he could feel the doorway to the light just within reach. He had been given a choice, a way out. But it wasn't just about escaping anymore. It wasn't about running. He had to stand in a motion born from desperation. Davis threw his head back, tears blurring his vision. "No!" he screamed, a roar of defiance against the darkness that sought to swallow him whole. "I won't let you control me. I won't let you have me anymore." The clown's smile faltered for a brief moment, a flicker of hesitation before it snarled. But that moment was enough. Davis stood, his legs shaking, but his resolve unshaken. He was no longer running. He was confronting the truth, his own truth. The carnival, the creature, the darkness. It was all a reflection of his guilt, his regrets, the twisted mirror of his own mind. But no longer would he allow it to control him. The darkness began to crack, the light shining brighter through the cracks, as though the abyss itself was retreating before his will. The clown screamed, the air vibrating with its rage. But it was too late. The light engulfed everything. The shadow shattered. The carnival's haunting call, the voices, the memories, all of it faded. Davis stepped into the light, and this time, he didn't look back. You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments. Who else is staying up late to face this nightmare? Settle in, the terror continues. Story 2. The cabin stood at the edge of the wilderness, a weathered structure hidden in a remote forest, its silhouette barely distinguishable against the backdrop of a thick snowstorm. From the distance, it seemed more like a forgotten relic than a home. Its wood was worn and cracked, its chimney crooked and unused. The snow around it was undisturbed, almost as if nature itself had willed the place to remain hidden from the eyes of man. Yet, for all its isolation, it seemed the perfect refuge for him. The man, whose name no longer seemed to matter, stepped from his battered truck and into the biting cold, wrapping his scarf tightly around his neck. He breathed in the crisp air, feeling the way it stung his lungs, the chill tightening his skin. His gloves were thin, barely enough to shield his fingers from the frigid air. But it didn't matter. He wasn't here for comfort, or warmth, or even the company of others. He was here for peace, a rare commodity in the world he had just left behind. The city had suffocated him, its constant noise and the endless thrum of people moving in all directions like ants. His job had worn him thin, its demands stripping him of his patience and will. His personal life, a tangle of relationships that had grown more complicated by the day, had come to a dismal end. So he'd retreated, gone in search of silence, away from the clamor of everyday existence, to find solace in solitude, to reconnect with the parts of himself that had been lost amidst the chaos. As the heavy door of the truck slammed shut behind him, he felt the last remnants of his old life fade away. The wilderness welcomed him with its haunting silence, the kind of silence that could only be found far away from civilization. He stood for a moment in the falling snow, taking in the vastness of the forest around him. It was so still, so eerily quiet, that he could hear his own heartbeat thudding in his ears. The ground was thick with snow, deep and untouched, and the towering trees, stripped of their leaves, swayed gently in the wind. He pulled his suitcase from the truck and made his way toward the cabin, the crunch of snow underfoot the only sound that broke the silence. The house loomed ahead, and as he reached the porch, he noticed the heavy wooden door was slightly ajar. A soft gust of wind pushed it open just enough to reveal the faintest glimmer of light within. He frowned. It seemed odd for anyone to leave. The door opened, especially with the temperature dropping as it was. Yet, there was no immediate sense of danger, no sense of an intruder. He pushed the door open fully, stepping inside. The air within was stale, the faint scent of dust and age. Hanging in the corners of the room, the floor creaked under his boots, and as he looked around, he could see the faint outlines of forgotten memories etched into the wooden walls, the faint stain of old furniture, the grooves in the floorboards from years of footsteps long gone. The cabin had clearly been abandoned for some time. The fireplace, though intact, was cold, and the furniture, though sparse, was functional. It was small, smaller than he had imagined, but it would do. He set his suitcase down near the door and took a moment to look around. The front room had a single window on the far wall, and through it he could see the snowstorm beginning to grow in intensity. Flurries whipped against the glass in thick sheets, making the outside world appear as though it were dissolving into a white oblivion. A world that was, for the time being, out of his reach. It was perfect. He moved through the cabin, exploring the small, simple rooms, a small kitchen with an old-fashioned stove, a single bedroom with a bed covered in a faded quilt, a modest bathroom with a clawfoot tub that looked like it had seen better days. Everything was old, but in a way that felt reassuring. There was a sense of permanence hereof, a place that had survived time and weather, untouched by the demands of the outside world. Here he could live simply. No distractions, no obligations, just the endless snow and the haunting silence that surrounded him. After a few minutes, he decided to start a fire. There was enough dry wood stacked by the hearth, and he quickly gathered a few logs, arranging them carefully in the fireplace. The match flared to life with a sharp strike, and he held it to the kindling. The flame caught quickly, and soon the fire roared to life, casting dancing shadows across the room. He could feel the warmth begin to spread, slowly at first, then growing as the fire took hold. He sat in a worn armchair by the fire, pulling his boots off and propping his feet up on the hearth. The warmth seeped into his bones, and he let out a long, relieved sigh. It had been a long drive, hours of nothing but endless snow-covered highways and the low hum of the truck's engine. He needed this rest, needed the stillness. As the fire crackled, he closed his eyes for a moment, savoring the peace. For the first time in what felt like years, he could let his mind go blank. No calls, no emails, no one needing anything from him, just the quiet and the promise of solitude. It was perfect. The night deepened quickly, and with it came the eerie silence of the wilderness. The fire crackled in the hearth, but the cabin had grown still, unnervingly still. He glanced around, the room taking in the shadows that stretched across the floor and walls. The snowstorm outside had grown fiercer, the wind howling in gusts against the windows. But inside, the cabin was a warm cocoon. Yet, even in the warmth of the fire, something felt ... off. He shifted in his chair, the floor creaking beneath him. The silence outside seemed to have penetrated the cabin in a way that wasn't quite right. The stillness was almost unnatural, as if the world outside had been frozen in time. He could hear nothing but the steady crackle of the flames and the soft rustling of the wind against the wood. Then a sound broke the silence. At first it was so faint that he wasn't sure if he'd heard it at all. A whisper, just on the edge of hearing, like the murmur of wind across the snow. He stiffened, his mind racing. Perhaps it was just the storm, the way the wind twisted around the cabin, making strange noises. But then the whisper came again. He stood up abruptly, the chair scraping against the floor. The hairs on the back of his neck prickled, and he moved toward the window, his eyes scanning the swirling snow outside. The night was a blur of white, the trees nothing but dark, twisted, shapes against the sky. No movement, no sign of life. But then the whisper came once more, louder this time, as though it were right outside the door. "Let us in." His heart skipped a beat. The voice was faint, almost drowned by the storm, but it was unmistakable. A soft. It sent a shiver down his spine. He moved toward the door cautiously, his mind working quickly. He hadn't heard anything before he'd entered. Had he missed something? Or had the wind been playing tricks on him? He opened the door slowly, half expecting to see a person standing there, face obscured by the heavy snowfall. A beggar or traveler seeking shelter. But there was nothing. The snow, untouched and unbroken, lay thick and soft against the ground. There were no footprints, no signs of anyone having been there. The snowstorm had obscured the world beyond the door, but there was nothing there. He closed the door, the sound of the wind howling in the distance, the only sound to greet him. He stood for a moment, still caught in the grip of unease, his fingers gripping the doorframe. It was nothing, he told himself. Just the wind, just his imagination, running wild. But the whisper had been so real, so clear. "Let us in." He locked the door with a soft click, the sound somehow final. And then, for the first time that night, he allowed himself to breathe. The fire continued to crackle, the only warmth in the room, and the storm raged on outside as the man settled back into his chair. He looked at the flames, but the quiet, gnawing sensation in his chest refused to let him rest. The silence had returned, but something lingered in the air, a quiet pressure, the weight of something unseen. The whisper was gone, but he couldn't shake the feeling that it had never really left at all, and that was only the beginning. The wind had been steadily picking up as evening settled into the cabin, but now it was no longer a gentle breeze teasing at the edges of his thoughts. Now it was a roaring force, howling through the trees like an ancient creature seeking to devour the land. The snowstorm had escalated. Great, furious sheets of snow swept across the earth, blotting out any trace of the world beyond. The cabin, once so still and comforting, had begun to feel like a fragile island, caught adrift on a vast, empty sea of white. Inside, the man found himself pacing, the fire crackling softly in the hearth, casting long, distorted shadows. Against the walls, his earlier unease had settled into a vague disquiet that tugged at him, unbidden. He sat down at the small wooden table, running his fingers through his hair, a sigh escaping his lips as he stared into the dancing flames. Happened? Had he really heard something? Had he imagined the whispering voice outside? He couldn't say for sure. The wind had sounded odd, sure, the way it twisted through the trees, moaning and rattling the wooden beams of the cabin, as though it were searching for something. But voices, people outside, begging to be let in. He frowned, shaking his head. Was ridiculous. He had come here to find peace, to distance himself from the noise and chaos of the world that had left him feeling hollow and disconnected. There had been too many demands, too many voices shouting for attention, and he had retreated here to escape it all. The cabin, the cold, the silence, it was supposed to heal him, not twist his mind further. But the more he thought about it, the more he couldn't deny it. The voice had been there, soft and plaintive, almost as if it were pleading with him, "Let us in." A strange thought, but that's all it had been, a thought. Nothing more. With a huff, he stood and grabbed a bottle of whiskey from the small kitchen counter. He poured himself a generous glass, the amber liquid catching the light from the fire as it sloshed into the glass. He downed it quickly, the warmth of the alcohol spreading through him. A second glass followed, then a third. The fire roared, and he found himself lost in the crackling sound. The storm outside grew louder, the wind whistling like an animal, crying out in the night. A sudden gust of wind slammed against the cabin, rattling the windows in their frames. He startled, the glass of whiskey almost slipping from his hand. The noise echoed in his ears, sharp and jarring, followed by the sudden, deafening silence that pressed in from all sides. The fire's crackling seemed almost muted now, as though the entire cabin had been swallowed by the cold night outside. And then, there it was again. The whisper. It was so faint at first that he couldn't be sure if it was real. But as he stood, frozen in place, it came again, closer this time, as though it were coming from the very walls of the cabin. "Let us in," the voice whispered again, clearer now. It was unmistakable. His heart thudded hard against his chest. This time, there was no mistake. It was no longer a trick of the wind or his mind. The voice was here, within the cabin itself. He spun toward the door, his mind a jumbled mess of confusion and fear. He could hear it now, the soft scraping sound, faint like nails against wood. His first instinct was to reach for the door, to fling it open and confront whatever had been outside. But a sudden sense of dread gripped him, and his legs froze in place, unwilling to obey the command of his mind. The whisper came again, louder, closer. "Let us in, please." His hands trembled as they reached for the door handle, the wood cool and solid beneath his fingertips. There was something primal in that whisper, something that tugged at the deepest corners of his mind, urging him to unlock the door, to give in to whatever it was on the other side. He could almost hear their voices, a chorus of pleading souls, begging for entry, for warmth, for life, for him. The hair on the back of his neck stood on end as the sound of their voices, low, sorrowful, yearning, echoed inside his skull. He took a step back, shaking his head, but he couldn't shake the feeling that someone, something, was waiting for him, waiting at the threshold. With a sharp breath, he backed away from the door, his pulse racing. His hand was still clutching the door handle, but he wrenched it away, as though releasing it would free him from whatever force had gripped him. His mind screamed for him to run, to get away from the door, from the voices, from the storm outside. But then came a sharp knock, a single knock, firm and quick. He froze. He could feel the cold air slip through the cracks in the door. The storm had intensified, and the air was thick with the howl of the wind. Yet the knock, that knock had been too deliberate, too measured to be a part of the storm. The knock came again. Knock, knock. It was rhythmic, like a drum beat. His pulse quickened, and his hands clenched into fists. The air around him grew heavier, suffocating. Something, somewhere deep inside him, told him that he had to open the door. It was a compulsion, a gnawing certainty that he couldn't ignore. And yet, his legs refused to move. He had to open the door. He had to know what was on the other side. But he didn't. Single quotes he. His breath came in ragged gasps, his thoughts scattering like leaves in the wind. He felt as though he were teetering on the edge of some vast, unseen abyss, and any movement, any decision, could send him plummeting into its depths. Then came the voice again, this time loud enough to pierce through the fog of his fear. "Please, let us in." He stumbled back, his back hitting the wall with a dull thud. His hand brushed the window pane beside him. his fingers curling round the cold glass as he glanced out into the swirling storm. The wind was relentless, howling as if the very sky was alive, bent on crushing the cabin beneath its fury. The snow was thick, a blur of white that obscured any trace of movement beyond. The trees were mere shadows in the distance, their branches bending under the weight of the storm. The night had swallowed everything, everything except for the voice. He shook his head violently, trying to dislodge the sound from his mind, the whisper, the pleading, but it didn't stop. It never stopped. And then, just as quickly as it had begun, the voice was gone. The silence returned, but it was not the same silence he had felt earlier. This silence was thick, oppressive, like a pressure on his chest. His breath seemed louder now, each exhale like a jagged rattle in the otherwise dead stillness of the cabin. And then, there it was, the sound of something moving. His head snapped toward the door. He could hear it now, the faintest sound of something sliding along the floor, slow and deliberate. It was the scraping of something against wood, something soft, almost like the drag of a cloth. The hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. With trembling hands, he turned, eyes scanning the room, desperate to find the source of the noise. The room was empty. There was nothing there. Nothing but the walls, the fire, and the deepening darkness that seemed to cling to every corner. The wind howled louder outside, rattling the windows as if urging him to retreat into the shadows. But he couldn't. He couldn't move. The scraping sound continued, and his eyes darted around the room, but there was no movement, no sign of anything unusual. The cabin, like the storm outside, had swallowed him whole. He was alone, wasn't he? Then came the unmistakable sound of footsteps, slow, measured. His heart lurched in his chest, and the blood drained from his face. His legs refused to move, his body frozen in place. The footsteps were coming from inside the cabin, soft, almost gentle, as though someone were walking just behind him. He could feel them, every step echoing in his ears, reverberating like a drumbeat, steady and sure. He turned slowly, the fear clawing its way up his throat. Nothing but the footsteps had not stopped. They were still there. Step, dot, 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 dot. Step, dot, 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 dot. Step, dot, dot, dot. He spun around, his eyes wild, desperate. There was no one behind him. The air grew cold. He could feel it, a chill that ran deep in his bones, seeping through his skin like ice water. He could feel it like a hand brushing against him. But there was no one, and yet the footsteps continued. Step, dot, 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 step, dot, dot, dot. His eyes locked onto the door. The whisper had returned, softer this time, but there just beyond the threshold. Let us in. The footsteps continued their steady rhythm, drawing closer and closer, and the air around the man grew thick, as though the very atmosphere was pressing in on him. His heartbeat thundered in his ears, each thud more urgent than the last, a frantic counterpoint to the eerie, relentless march of the unseen presence. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to grow longer, stretching and curling as if they were alive, beckoning him toward them, toward whatever unseen thing was moving in the cabin with him. His breath came in shallow gasps, his hands clammy and slick with sweat despite the cold. His eyes darted from one corner of the room to another, desperate for any sign, any clue as to what was happening, what had happened. The cold in the air intensified, seeping into his bones, deeper than the storm outside. He could taste it on his lips, the bitter chill, the sour sensation of dread. It felt as if something unseen was wrapping around him, squeezing the very life out of him, each passing second pulling him deeper into the vortex of his terror. He turned toward the door once again, his feet heavy, as though moving through water. The door, the very threshold of his isolation, had become a symbol of his torment, a barrier between him and whatever was lurking just beyond. He had never been one to believe in supernatural forces. Never in his life had he entertained the notion of ghosts or spirits. But now, with the wind howling outside, the storm waging war on the world, and the whispering voices pleading for entry, his skepticism was slipping away, replaced with a gut-wrenching certainty. Something was here. The scraping sound, deliberate, like fingers dragging across wood, came again, and it was no longer coming from the door. It seemed to move, shifting around the room, circling him. There was a heaviness in the air, as though something was pulling him toward the center of the room. A chill ran down his spine as he turned, half expecting to see something, anything, but there was nothing. No visible shape, no presence to pin his fear on, and yet he could feel it. "Let us in, ... The whisper seemed to come from behind him this time, and without thinking, he spun around, eyes wide, his breath hitched in his throat. The room was empty, yet the footsteps, those soft, measured steps, still echoed in his mind. They were closer now, right at the edge of his consciousness, stepping into the very air he breathed. His hands clenched into fists, his nails digging into his palms, as if the pain might ground him in reality, might pull him away from the nightmare that was slowly unfolding in that moment. The air was heavier now, denser, as if the walls of the cabin were closing in. The light from the fire flickered wildly, casting long, jagged shadows that twisted and writhed, threatening to swallow the cabin whole. Something was moving in the room. The weight of it was undeniable. He could feel its presence on him, like a physical force, crawling into his skin, burrowing into his mind. The air tasted different now, colder, thicker, more suffocating. His vision blurred, and for a moment, he could have sworn he saw something, a flicker of movement in the corner of his eye. A fleeting shape. With a sharp, involuntary gasp, he turned to face the corner, but the instant his eyes locked onto it, the shape vanished, leaving nothing but the dim light of the fire and the endless shadows that seemed to stretch beyond the walls. Trapped in a place that had once felt like sanctuary, now suffocating him with its oppressive stillness, with its weight, with its presence. The door seemed so far away now, too distant, as though the space between them had expanded into an impossible chasm. Every part of him screamed to flee, to escape, to run out into the storm, into the cold, but the footsteps, those slow, purposeful steps, held him in place. They paralyzed him. The whisper came again, this time not from the door, but from all around him, echoing inside his skull. "Let us in, let us in, ... His head spun. The walls seemed to close in tighter, the shadows thickening. He stumbled backward, his legs unsteady as he tried to make sense of what was happening. There was no escape, no way out. He was at the mercy of whatever was inside with him, and the fear and primal seized him with a force that almost knocked him to the ground. His knees buckled, and he sank to the floor, unable to stand, unable to move, as the weight of it all pressed down on him. "Let us in." The voice was louder now, coming from all directions. It was not one voice, but many, whispering in unison, pleading, begging. The cold in the room was unbearable now, the temperature plummeting as though the fire had been extinguished, though it still burned brightly. The flames, once warm and comforting, now twisted and warped in the hearth, reaching toward him like long skeletal fingers. The shadows seemed to deepen further, stretching unnaturally along the walls, twisting and undulating as if alive. His breath came in ragged gasps, and a shiver of pure terror raked through his body. The voices no longer whispers, but full guttural pleas grew, louder, more frantic, and now for the first time he could understand what they were saying. "Please, ... Let us in, let us out, ... The words echoed in his mind, spiraling into madness. He clutched his head in his hands, the sound of those desperate cries reverberating within him. The walls of the cabin seemed to pulse, as though the very house itself was alive, breathing, in sync with his rapid heartbeat. He could no longer tell what was real. The air felt thick, like the cabin had transformed into a prison, and he was the inmate, locked inside with an invisible force that was growing stronger by the second. Something was moving again, not outside the cabin this time, not in the snowstorm, but inside with him. The scraping had returned, louder, more frantic, and then the unmistakable sound of someone dragging itself across the floor toward him. He snapped his head to the side, eyes wild, searching for the source. Nothing. There was nothing there, but the movement. This was too real, too close. "Let us in, ... The voice came again, but this time it wasn't just a whisper. It was a scream. A desperate, tortured scream that raked across his mind like nails on a chalkboard. His entire body convulsed with fear, and he could feel his heart thudding painfully in his chest. The urge to flee to run was overwhelming, but he couldn't move. The air was thick, heavy, suffocating him. He was not alone. He wasn't alone anymore. The fire crackled violently, and a burst of hot ash shot from the hearth, scattering across the floor, but the man barely registered the heat. His eyes were fixed on the far corner of the room. There, in the shadows, something was taking form. It was just a shape at first, an indistinct figure, but as it solidified, it became clearer. It was humanoid, but its form was distorted, like something that had been twisted by the weight of the darkness itself. Its limbs were elongated and misshapen, its features barely visible, but the darkness seemed to cling to it, wrapping around it like a shroud. It stepped forward, dragging itself across the floor in an unnatural way, its movements jerky and broken. Each step left a faint trail in the dust, an imprint of its presence. The man wanted to scream, to cry out, to run, but his voice was lost, stolen by the terror that surged through his veins, paralyzing him where he sat. The creature, it wasn't entirely solid, flickering in and out like a malfunctioning shadow, but it was real enough to send chills through him. He could see its eyes, two glowing orbs of white light, staring at him with an unnatural intensity. It moved closer, dragging itself slowly, methodically toward him, its movements jerky, like a broken marionette dot. And then, with a sudden, sickening lurch, it lunged at him. The man screamed, his mind shattering into fragments, but the sound was swallowed up by the overwhelming roar of the wind outside, the cacophony of the storm, and the insistent, pleading voices that seemed to grow louder and louder. Let us in. The air was freezing, unbearably cold now, as if the walls themselves had become a prison of ice. He could feel the cold seeping into his very soul. His thoughts were fractured, slipping away from him like sand through his fingers. The fire flickered, again, but it seemed far away, almost as if it too were part of the nightmare. The thing in front of him was not alone. Out of the shadows, from every corner, from every crevice, other shapes began to emerge. They crawled forward, their eyes glowing faintly in the dark. These creatures, these twisted, malformed things, dragged themselves toward him, their movements erratic and unnatural. The cabin had become something else, something alive, something hungry. And the voices, they begged, let us in. The room had changed. What had once been a simple, quiet cabin in the midst of an unforgiving storm now felt like the belly of a beast. The walls, once sturdy and familiar, now pressed inward with a suffocating force. The air grew thick with an oppressive cold that clung to every surface. The fire in the hearth burned erratically, its flames sputtering and twisting like desperate hands reaching for escape. Shadows writhed across the walls, creeping and stretching, defying the natural order of light. It was as though the very fabric of the world had warped and unraveled. Within this cabin, the man couldn't move. The creatures, those grotesque, disjointed, Forms advanced their bodies, contorting in unnatural ways, dragging themselves closer. With slow, deliberate motions, each movement was a grotesque mimicry of life, like puppets jerking on invisible strings. Their hollow eyes glowed faintly, an eerie light that cut through the darkness like the pale reflection of death itself. The stench of decay clung to them, a sickening sweetness that burned his nostrils, making him gag. Their limbs twisted and snapped with every inch they moved, as if they were not meant to exist in this world, as if they were born of some twisted nightmare that had no place in the waking realm, and yet they were here. He could hear the voices again, the same pleading whispers that filled his mind and heart with dread. They came from everywhere, from within the creatures, from the walls, from the very air he breathed. It was impossible to tell where they began and where they ended, as though the cabin itself was alive, breathing, pulsing with their hunger. "Let us in." The words were no longer just words. They had become a part of him, a symbiotic presence that moved through his thoughts like a parasite. His mind was unraveling, fraying like the tattered rope of a shipwrecked vessel. He could feel his grip on reality slipping, like sand through his fingers. He had to open the door. The thought, once a distant whisper, now clawed at him relentlessly. He had to let them in. He had to. The creatures were closing in on him. He could feel their presence now. He could feel their intended desire to consume him, to pull him into their unholy fold. But it wasn't just their hunger that terrified him. It was the knowledge that they were not the true threat. The true danger was the voice, the presence behind them, a force greater than anything he had ever known. The air itself felt alive with it, the thing that whispered, the thing that begged. And yet, as he stood frozen in place, the man realized something more chilling. He had heard that voice before. It was his own voice. The realization hit him like a slap, and for the first time since he had heard the whispering, a surge of clarity washed over him, only to be quickly consumed by a deeper, darker realization. This wasn't happening to him. This was happening because of him. The room twisted around him, the shadows deepening into endless voids. His hands trembled, his breath coming in short, shallow bursts as he tried to understand. The creatures, those aberrations, they were not real. Not in the way he had thought they were. They were reflections, mirages born of his own fractured mind. They were manifestations of his own terror, his own guilt, his own overwhelming sense of isolation. The voices were his own thoughts, his own subconscious calling out to him, begging him to face what he had run from. "Let us in." The whisper came again, but this time it was not a plea. It was an accusation, a demand. And then a sharp snap, like the crack of a whip, pulled him back into himself. His chest tightened as the oppressive weight of realization descended upon him, heavier than the cold that suffocated the room. The wind outside screamed against the walls of the cabin, a violent, unrelenting cry that seemed to echo his own spiraling thoughts. But the storm outside was nothing compared to the tempest inside his mind. His entire life, all the pain and isolation, the fractures and mistakes, the burden of years spent hiding away from his past, came rushing back in waves. Each moment felt like a shattering blow, each breath heavier than the last. The cabin was a reflection of his psyche, a physical manifestation of everything he had tried to escape. The storm outside had been his own storm, his own self-inflicted tempest. The creatures, the voices, they were the ghosts of his own conscience, the memories of his past sins, clawing their way to the surface, demanding he face them. You wanted peace. You wanted silence. You wanted to be alone. But now, he was not alone. Now, his mind had come alive with everything he had tried to bury. His sins, his regrets, the dark things that had been festering inside him, hidden away in the corners of his thoughts, now reached out with grotesque hands, pulling at his soul, begging him to acknowledge them. He had thought the whispers had come from outside, from something other than himself. But the truth was far worse. The voices came from within. The creatures, they were not some external threat. They were him. His breath came in short, desperate gasps. He could feel the weight of their presence, pressing down on him. They were inside him. They were his fears, his guilt, his paranoia, all the things he had tried to escape. His hands shook uncontrollably as the realization grew clearer. The thing that had whispered his name in the snow, the thing that had called him to open the door, it had been him. It had been the fractured pieces of himself, scattered in the void of the storm. His mind, shattered by years of isolation, had manifested this nightmare. The ghosts, the creatures, they were not foreign. They were a part of him. They were the pieces of his soul that he had tried to escape but could not. And now they had. Him, he could feel the weight of it all. The guilt, the shame, the loss, the loneliness. It had been so easy to blame the storm, to blame the isolation, to blame the world outside. But the truth was that there was no escape from himself. No escape from the things he had buried deep inside. The creatures circled around him, their movements slow but deliberate, as if savoring the moment. Their eyes, those cold, glowing orbs, bore into him, reading his every thought, his every fear, as though they were the very embodiment of his soul's torment. And in their eyes, he saw it, his own reflection, the broken man, the one who had tried to run away, the one who had failed. He wanted to scream. He wanted to lash out. He wanted to do something, anything, to stop it. But he couldn't. His mind was trapped. Trapped in this cabin, trapped in his own past. The whisper came again, louder now, a chorus of voices rising in unison. It was no longer one voice. It was 1,000 voices, all of them his, all of them begging, pleading, let us in, The walls of the cabin seemed to pulse with the rhythm of the whispers. The temperature dropped even further, until the air was thick with frost, until his breath crystallized in front of him. The floorboards creaked, and the fire flickered, casting strange, writhing shadows across the walls. It was then that he understood. The door was never meant to be opened. It wasn't an entrance. It was an escape. He wasn't meant to let anything in. He was meant to face what had been there all along. He had been running from himself. The wind howled outside, but it was no longer a sound of nature. It was the cry of a man trapped inside his own mind, a soul torn apart by the weight of his own conscience. The creatures, they were not the threat. They were the manifestation of his guilt, his torment, his endless fears. The door was not the key to freedom. It was the key to facing the one thing he had been avoiding for so long, his own soul. The silence that followed was deafening. The creatures stopped moving. The shadows ceased their writhing. The air grew still, cold but still. For the first time, since he had arrived, there was no sound, no voice, no whisper, just the thick, suffocating silence, and in that silence, he understood. The silence was unbearable, a thick and oppressive fog that settled over the cabin like an uninvited guest. It smothered everything: the air, the shadows, the very essence of the place. The creatures that had once moved so freely, they're twisted. Bodies contorting in the dark were still now, their empty eyes fixed on him with an intensity that bordered on hunger. Yet there was no sound, no scraping, no whispering, only the faint, eerie crackle of the fire, struggling to stay alive. As the temperature plummeted further, it was as though the world had paused, holding its breath, waiting for something to happen, waiting for him to do something. He stood there, motionless, his body frozen with the weight of the realization that had hit him like a physical blow. The creatures, the voices, the storm outside, none of it had been outside of him. It had all been inside him, a manifestation of his deepest fears, his guilt, his desperate isolation. And now, standing in the heart of it all, He was forced to confront the thing he had run from his entire life himself. It was as though the walls of the cabin had become mirrors, reflecting his every thought, his every regret, all the things he had buried deep within himself. The isolation, the loneliness, the rejection, the abandonment, it was all there, swirling in the shadows, feeding off his fears. And now it had come to a head, this twisted dance between him and his own psyche, and he was at its center. "Let us in." The whisper came again, a soft, insistent plea, but this time it wasn't just a voice. It was 1,000 voices, all of them overlapping, filling the cabin with a constant, unnerving hum. It was as if the very fabric of the house itself had become a vessel for these voices, their words seeping into the walls, the floors, the air. He closed his eyes, trying to block it out, but it was impossible. The voices were his own, his thoughts and regrets made flesh, and they swirled around him, suffocating him in their relentless chorus. "Let us in." A rush of panic flooded his chest, and he staggered backward, his feet tripping over the floorboards. He had to escape. He had to get out. He had to break free of this nightmare, this endless cycle of torment. But no matter how far he moved, the voices followed him. They were inside him, inescapable. He could feel them creeping into his mind, wrapping around his thoughts, drowning him in their insistent call. His fingers gripped the door, his knuckles turning white, the cold metal of the handle pressing into his palm. But as he reached for it, the room around him seemed to shift. The walls closed in, the shadows stretching like dark fingers, pulling him back. The temperature had dropped to an unbearable cold, and his breath came out in visible puffs, but still, the cold wasn't enough to freeze the terror coursing through his veins. He turned back toward the fire, hoping for some semblance of warmth, some comfort, but the flames were flickering wildly now, their light distorted and twisting like something that was dying. It was as if the very essence of the fire had turned against him, each flicker an accusation, each burst of flame a reminder of his failure. "Let us in." The voices had grown louder now, so loud it was impossible to ignore them. They were his voice, a twisted echo of his own thoughts, his own inner turmoil, and yet they were also something more. They were the reflection of all his darkest fears, the fragments of his soul that had been shattered and scattered across time. Now clawing their way back to him, he stumbled away from the door, his hands shaking uncontrollably as he tried to grasp at the edges of his sanity. The creatures were moving again, their grotesque bodies shifting, their eyes glowing with an unsettling, unholy light. But they weren't just creatures anymore. They were the embodiment of his pain, his guilt, his own fractured self. Each one of them represented a part of him, a piece of his shattered identity that had come to life in this twisted dreamscape. He could feel it now, the suffocating weight of their presence, pressing in from all sides. The room felt smaller, tighter, as if the walls were closing in on him, trapping him in this nightmare. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. "Let us in." The whisper was deafening now, a constant hum that filled his ears, vibrating through his very bones. He sank to his knees, his hands clutching his head, as if he could somehow stop the madness, as if he could shut out the voices that were drowning him. He couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't live with this torment, this endless spiral of fear and guilt. The realization crashed down on him like a tidal wave. He had to open the door. The thought was simple. It was as though something inside him had finally broken free, and the floodgates had opened. He had to let them in. He had to face them. He had to open the door, and in doing so, he would finally be free of the suffocating weight of his own mind. But even as the thought took root, he hesitated. What was behind that door? What would he find? Would it be the peace he so desperately longed for, or would it be his ultimate undoing? The voices continued their chant, relentless, unyielding. "Let us in." The creatures circled around him now, their twisted forms moving with a sickening fluidity, their eyes locked on him, their gazes empty and all-consuming. He could feel their presence closing in, like the walls were narrowing, pressing in on him. Squeezing the air from his lungs, he reached out for the door once more, his hand trembling as he touched the cold, hard surface of the handle. But as his fingers made contact, something changed. The room began to shift. The shadows thickened, the darkness growing deeper and more intense. The temperature dropped even further, the cold seeping into his very bones, as though the house itself had become a part of the storm outside. He could feel the wind howling, shrieking against the cabin, but it was distant, faint. Like a memory he couldn't quite grasp, the door wasn't the escape. The door was the answer. With a shaky breath, he turned the handle, the sound of the lock clicking in his ears like the toll of a bell. And when the door opened, there was nothing. Nothing but a vast, endless sea of white dot. It was the snow. The same snow that had been falling outside for days, but this snow, it was different. It wasn't just a storm. It was a void. A blank, featureless expanse that stretched on forever. An infinite ocean of white. The wind howled, biting and fierce, as if it had been waiting for him. The storm, the snow, the cold, it all crashed in on him at once, a violent force that seemed to reach out from the abyss. He could feel the snow, the biting cold cutting into his skin, freezing his flesh. But still, there was nothing. No figures in the snow. No shadowy forms lurking in the distance. No creatures or voices. There was only the endless white dot. It was then that he understood. The door had never been a way out. It had been a way in. The snow wasn't the storm. The storm wasn't the world outside. The storm had always been inside him. The snow, the cold, the isolation, it was the reflection of his own soul. A frozen wasteland where nothing could grow, nothing could survive. He had opened the door, but in doing so, he had opened the gate to his own mind. He was no longer trapped in the cabin. He was trapped in himself. The wind howled louder, the voices screaming now, their insistent chant rising to a deafening crescendo. The creatures, his own creations, had vanished, leaving only the snow, the cold, and the endless void, the storm. His storm was all that remained. And in that moment, he understood. The door had never been a way out. The door had been a mirror to his soul, a mirror that reflected everything he had tried to escape. The snow was blinding, a suffocating, endless blanket of white that stretched on forever, swallowing everything in its path. There was no horizon, no distinction between sky and earth, just an oppressive, infinite whiteness that pressed in on all sides. The cold cut through him like 1,000 knives, each gust of wind feeling as though it were stripping the flesh from his bones, exposing the raw, vulnerable core of his existence. But it wasn't the cold that paralyzed him. It wasn't the snow or the howling wind. No, it was the silence. The silence had returned in the cabin. He had heard the voices, had felt the creatures circling him, their twisted forms and grotesque eyes closing in with terrifying intent. But now there was nothing. No whispering, no pleading. The storm outside raged, but it was a distant, hollow roar that seemed to emanate from some faraway place. Not the gnashing teeth of the nightmare he had experienced in the cabin. Out here, in the vast, featureless expanse of snow, there was only the wind, the cold, and the maddening silence. He didn't know how long he had been walking. Hours, days, or perhaps mere minutes' time had lost all meaning here, in the void. The snow clung to him like a second skin, its icy tendrils crawling into his clothes, his hair, his very being. It filled his lungs with each breath, making him choke, suffocate. But still he walked. He had no choice. Each step felt like an eternity, yet he continued, driven forward by something he could neither understand nor escape. The voices had stopped. The creatures had faded away, as if they had never been there at all. But deep within him, something was changing. The man's mind, already fragile and broken from days of isolation, was beginning to fracture even further. He felt his thoughts, unraveling the threads of his sanity, slowly slipping away, one by one. He had always known that his mind had been broken, that the isolation had slowly worn away at his mental state. But now it was as though something inside him had snapped, completely undone. The whisper returned, but it wasn't from the creatures. It wasn't from the outside. No, this whisper, this voice, it was coming from within him. His own mind, his own fractured soul, calling out, pleading with him. But what was it asking? For what was it that he had to let in? His feet continued to move, though they were no longer his own. It was as if he were being carried by some unseen force, dragged forward by an invisible hand. And yet, every step took him deeper into the snow, deeper into the storm. There was no escape, no reprieve, just the suffocating whiteness, the freezing wind, and the never-ending whisper, "Let us in." It was louder now, filling his mind with a constant, insistent hum that drowned out all other thoughts. He couldn't escape it. He couldn't escape. Them, the voices, the echoes of his past were closing in, surrounding him, choking him from the inside out. He wanted to scream. He wanted to shout, to fight back. But there was no one to hear, no one to help him. In the distance, a shadow appeared. At first, it was so faint he thought it was a trick of the wind, a trick of his broken mind. But then, it grew larger, more defined. It was a figure, a man-shaped silhouette standing just at the edge of the whiteness, as though waiting for him. It was him. The man saw it with a clarity that made his blood run cold. The figure was a mirror image of himself, standing there in the distance, waiting, motionless, as though beckoning him to approach. He didn't know how he knew it was himself, but he did. The reflection of his own soul, standing in the snow, unmoving, staring back at him. The man's heart thundered in his chest, his breath coming in frantic gasps. The presence of the figure, a darker version of himself, something twisted and wrong, pulled him forward, compounding the madness that was slowly consuming him. It was as if the storm itself had coalesced into this dark reflection, a harbinger of the reckoning he had been running from. "Let us in," the whispering returned. Only this time it wasn't just the voice of his conscience. It was the voice of the figure, the thing that stood waiting in the snow. And yet, even as the man stood there, trembling in the frigid cold, he realized that this voice wasn't an external force. It was an invitation. It was a call to face something he had been running from for far too long. It was a call to let himself in. He hesitated. His feet were frozen to the ground, his body stiff with the cold, yet his mind was frantic. He wanted to move, to approach the figure, but fear paralyzed him. The voice, the whispering it, was not some foreign entity trying to break into his mind, no. It was his own soul, his own deepest, most repressed parts, calling to him. It was his own fractured psyche, desperately trying to reintegrate itself. The figure stood motionless, but his eyes burned with a cold, unyielding intensity. There was no warmth in those eyes, only the hollow, unforgiving gaze of a man who had lost everything. The reflection was not a savior, not a guide. It was a part of him. It was the darkness he had buried, the guilt he had hidden away. It was the very thing that had driven him to this place. To this moment, it was the truth of who he was. With shaking hands, the man reached up to his face, brushing the snow away. His skin was ice cold, his breath coming in ragged gasps. But still, he could not tear his eyes away from the figure in the distance. He could not pull himself from the whisper, the insistent call that echoed through his mind. "Let us in." The words were a final plea, a final invitation. An invitation to face what he had feared most himself. The figure began to move. Slowly, deliberately. its limbs stiff and unnatural. Its gaze never left him, its eyes locked on him with a piercing intensity that felt like a weight pressing down on his soul. Each step it took was a step closer to him, and with each step, the world around him seemed to shift. The wind howled louder, the snow grew thicker, the silence, that crushing silence, began to stretch out, suffocating him. And then, in a flash of pure understanding, the man realized what he had to do. He had to face it. He had to face himself, the figure his shadow, his mirror reached out. To him, its cold hand stretching forward. The man closed his eyes, bracing himself for the inevitable. He couldn't escape it. There was nowhere to run, no way to avoid it. The storm outside was nothing compared to the storm inside him. With a final, shuddering breath, he stepped forward, and as his foot sank into the snow, the world around him fell away. The blinding white faded into a deep, endless black. The howling wind became a distant memory, and the whispering the voice stopped. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, there was nothing. No voices, no shadows, no creatures, just the cold, empty void of his own mind. He had opened the door, and now he had stepped through it. Only the endless darkness that awaited him on the other side. But even in the dark, something whispered. It was him, and now it was time to finally let himself in. The man felt the pull of the darkness as though it were a physical force, tugging at his very essence. He couldn't see anything, couldn't feel the ground beneath his feet. Yet it was as though the void itself was absorbing him, swallowing him whole. For the first time, he truly understood what it meant to be lost, not simply lost in space, but lost in time, in thought, in the very core of his being. He had crossed through the door, he had stepped beyond the threshold, but instead of the freedom he had sought, fractured and splintered into 1,000 pieces. He felt as though the very essence of his identity was being eroded, stripped away by the relentless tide of silence. It wasn't even an oppressive silence. It was something more subtle, more insidious, a silence that didn't allow him to feel, alone because it drowned him in its endless nothingness. Time had lost all meaning here. The boundaries of past and present blurred together, and the very act of thinking became an impossible task. His mind, once sharp, once able to form clear thoughts and decisions, was now a disjointed mess. A series of fractured images and dissonant noises that collided with one another. The harder he tried to make sense of it, the further it slipped away from him, like sand through fingers. The once clear thoughts were now mere fragments, splintering off into incoherence. And yet, there was something there, something lingering at the edges of his consciousness, a faint sensation, like the fluttering of wings in the distance. A sound soft, barely perceptible, was whispering at the very periphery of his mind. Let us in, the whisper, the voice that had tormented him through the cabin, through the snowstorm, through the depths of his own soul. It had always been a presence, an invitation, or perhaps a demand, depending on how he looked at it. But now it was different. Now it was familiar. His heart, frozen in place by the crushing weight of the void, began to beat faster. The whisper was no longer an external entity. It was part of him. It had always been part of him. His breath caught in his throat as he realized the true nature of the voice, the torment he had been running from, the endless cycle of fear and guilt. The creatures and shadows, they were all fragments of his mind. His psyche had been shattered, disassembled, but it was still him. His mind, fractured and broken, had manifested all of these horrors in an attempt to force him to confront the one thing he could never face, himself. Let us in, the whisper, now louder, more insistent, reverberated through the void, echoing around him. The voice was not just asking, it was demanding. It was not merely a beckoning, it was a command, pulling him deeper into the recesses of his own subconscious. He tried to move, but his body refused to obey. His limbs were stiff, unresponsive. It was as though the very act of movement was beyond him, beyond his ability to control. The darkness around him pulsed with an almost tangible energy, a force that seemed to grasp at him, to claw at his insides, pulling him toward something. Toward them, the creatures were there, his creations, his fears, his deepest regrets waiting just beyond the edge of his awareness. He could feel their presence, their cold, hungry eyes fixed upon him, their bodies shifting in the darkness like broken marionettes. They were the manifestation of all his pain, his insecurities, his guilt. But now they were silent. They no longer whispered. They no longer clawed or tugged at him. They simply watched, waiting for him to make the next move. And then, in the midst of the silence, a faint light appeared. At first, it was so small, so distant, that he almost mistook it for a trick of the mind. But then it grew, spreading outward, filling the void with a dull, sickly glow. The light was not warm nor comforting. It was cold, sterile, and unyielding. The man felt a pull, a deep, magnetic force drawing him toward it. The darkness, which had once felt like his own, now seemed to recoil from the light, as if it feared it. The creatures in the dark shifted, uneasily, their twisted forms squirming at the edges of his vision. They did not want him to go toward the light. They wanted him to remain in the darkness, in the cold, in the place where they could control him. But he had no choice. Slowly, his feet finally able to move, again carried him forward. Each step felt like 1,000 pounds pressing down on him. His body was heavy, his limbs exhausted, as though every movement drained a little more of his soul away. But still, he moved as though the light were the last hope, the only thing left that could save him from the abyss. As he drew closer to the light, it began to take shape, forming something he couldn't quite comprehend. It was not a person, not an entity, not anything that made sense in the way he understood the world. No, the light formed a vision, a reflection of his life, twisted and distorted in ways he couldn't process. It was a Hassa cabin, but not the one he had stayed in. This was a different place, one that felt both familiar and alien. It was filled with shadows, memories, things he had long forgotten or buried deep within himself. The walls were cracked and decaying, the windows shattered, the air thick with dust and decay. It was a place of loss, of brokenness, and at the center of it all, there was a figure. The figure was small, hunched over, its back to him. It was a person himself, but distorted, twisted, broken in ways he couldn't fathom. It was the reflection of the man he had been, the man he had tried so hard to leave behind. But now, this distorted version of himself stood at the center of his life, surrounded by the wreckage of everything he had tried to escape. The figure turned slowly, its face hidden in shadow. The man's heart skipped a beat as the figure's eyes, the same eyes he had seen in the reflection in the snow, met his. It was himself, but not the man he had become. It was the version of him that had been lost, the man he had once been, before the isolation, before the darkness. The distorted figure smiled, its lips curling into something that was not quite a smile, more a grimace. The light grew brighter now, blinding him, but the figure did not flinch. It reached out its hand, slowly, and the air around it shimmered with an unsettling energy. "Let us in." The whisper came again, and this time, the man realized the truth. The figure was not asking for entry. It was offering something, a choice, a chance to finally face the thing he had tried to avoid for so long. The man reached out, his hand trembling as it moved toward the figure. But before he could touch it, the light exploded, filling the void with an overwhelming surge of energy. The darkness recoiled. The creatures screamed in agony as they were torn apart by the brilliance. And then, all was still. The man stood alone, his hands still outstretched, his mind spinning with the impossibility of what had just happened. The world around him was gone, vanished as if it had never existed. There was no snow, no storm, no creatures, only the cold emptiness. He had crossed the threshold. He had faced the darkness. But now, in the silence that followed, he was left with only the bitter realization the door had never been about escape. It had always been about acceptance. And now, standing in the void, the man understood that the only way to truly escape the horrors of his mind was to stop running. The void had a taste, the man realized, a bitter, metallic taste that clung to his tongue, every breath filled with the staleness of forgotten things. The space around him was nothing and everything, a fractured reality suspended in midair, held together by the sheer will of something that no longer resembled him. The snow, the cabin, the figures, the voices, they had all melted into a single moment. A surreal dream, an illusion designed to fracture the mind that had wandered too far into the wilderness of its own darkness. There was nothing left now, and yet the silence, it was no longer suffocating. It was the silence of acceptance, of finality. A deep, all-encompassing quiet that spoke louder than any sound. The man could still feel his own pulse, each throb vibrating through the stillness of his body. Yet it was as if his body itself was drifting apart from him. Was he even alive anymore? Or had he been swallowed by the storm long ago, his physical form only a ghost trailing behind him? The answer came as a whisper, familiar, like an old friend, but one who had been buried under layers of time and suffering. Let us in, the voice again. It had always been there, hadn't it? Begging, pleading, demanding. The voice had echoed through the cold, through the cabin, through the endless stretch of snow. It had called to him, each time a little more desperate, a little more insistent, but it was never outside. No, this voice had never come from the wind or the creatures or the fractured shadows of the forest. It had always come from within him, creeping like a parasite into his thoughts, his dreams, his very soul. The man's eyes, if they still could be called, eyes sifted through the fog of his mind. He could see fragments now, flashing, fleeting moments from a life he barely remembered. A house, a familiar place. The room was dark, a single light bulb swinging gently overhead, casting long, jittery shadows across the floor. There was a figure, sitting in the corner, hunched and shivering, its back turned toward him. The voice familiar, aching, almost pleading, whispered through the haze. I never wanted this. His own voice, but altered, different, desperate. The figure in the corner, his reflection, his shadow turned its head. Its face was pale, twisted, something not entirely human. Eyes that looked like mirrors stared back at him. His eyes, he staggered backward, hands raised to ward off the darkness. But the figure didn't move. It stayed there, watching him, waiting. The walls of the house began to crack, splintering like dried wood. Through the cracks came the snow, cold and suffocating. It flooded the room, but it didn't fall from the sky. No, it came from within, as though the very walls of the house had turned to ice. He was trapped again, trapped in the same prison, and the whispering started. Soft at first, like the sound of wind through trees. But then it became louder, clearer. Let us in. The figure in the corner opened its mouth, and the sound was a scream, but no sound escaped its lips. Instead, the words formed on the walls, burned into the wood like fire. Let us in, let us in, let us in. The man fell to his knees. His head spun as his mind fought to piece together the puzzle. But all he could see were broken images, fractured memories that didn't align. He could hear the voices now, so clear, each one so close to him, each one clawing at him. And then, just as suddenly, it stopped. The silence returned, but it was no longer a comfort. The silence had turned into a suffocating weight that pressed against his chest, threatening to crush him under its intensity. He could feel it now, his mind. Not just the landscape, not just the hallucinations. His thoughts were splintering, breaking apart into pieces too small to reassemble. In the distance, through the fog of his unraveling mind, something flickered, a light. It was a soft, warm glow, like the soft amber of candlelight, flickering. In a dark room, he couldn't help but be drawn to it. One step after another, he moved toward the light. Each step felt heavier, as though the air itself was thickening with each movement. The whispering followed him, crawling along the edges of his thoughts. Like a distant memory he couldn't escape. The light grew brighter as he drew near, and then there it was, a mirror. A simple mirror, hanging crookedly on the wall. The frame was made of dark, weathered wood, its surface scratched and worn with age, but the reflection it held was not what he expected. He looked into the mirror and saw himself. But not the man he had become. No, the man in the reflection was someone else entirely, a twisted version of himself. His eyes were hollow, his skin cracked and rotting, his mouth twisted into a cruel, mocking smile. The reflection grinned at him, its eyes gleaming with something he couldn't comprehend. "We've been waiting for you." The voice was not his own, but it felt like his own. It was the reflection of everything he had been, every sin, every fear, every moment of guilt and regret that had followed him here. It was the culmination of his own fractured soul, the thing he had tried to escape, the thing he had buried deep within himself. The man reached out a trembling hand toward the mirror. His fingers hovered just above the surface of the glass, and as they drew closer, the air around him grew colder. He could feel the touch of something on the other side, a presence that was not his own, but he was still trapped within it. "Let us in," the whisper again, louder now. It wasn't asking him to open the door. It wasn't begging him to open the window, no. This time, the whisper was demanding something far worse. It wanted to merge with him, to become him. He recoiled, his hand pulling back as though burned by the very surface of the mirror. But the figure in the reflection didn't move. It stood there, smiling, waiting for him to make the inevitable choice, the choice that had always been his to make. "Let us in." The voice was louder now. It wasn't a whisper anymore, it was a roar, echoing through his mind, shaking the very foundation of his thoughts. His mind fractured even further, pieces of his identity scattering like broken glass. He didn't know how much longer he could hold on. The mirror pulled at him, its surface shimmering, rippling as though it was alive, a dark pool of endless depths. He could see the figure now more clearly than ever, its smile growing wider, its eyes gleaming with malicious glee. It was him, but not him. It was everything he had been, everything he had hidden away. "Let us in." The whispering became deafening. The mirror began to shimmer and pulse with light. The figure reached out, its twisted hand extending beyond the glass, its fingers stretching toward him. And in that moment he knew, he had always known, the reflection wasn't just a vision. It wasn't just a distortion. It was the truth. He was the one who had been waiting to enter. He was the one who had been locked outside all this time. The man closed his eyes and let the darkness consume him. The darkness swallowed him whole. There were no sounds, no flickers of light to guide him. His body, his very soul, was adrift in a space so vast that even his own thoughts seemed too small to exist. In the depths of the void, there was no distinction between time and eternity, no division between reality and illusion. Everything blended together into a singularity, a point where all things collapsed into nothingness. For how long he drifted there, he didn't know. It felt like moments, yet centuries could have passed. All that remained were echoes of himself, ghosts of his former thoughts and regrets, whispers of the life he had tried to leave behind. The silence was almost unbearable, but at the same time, there was a strange comfort in it. No more whispers, no more creatures, no more voices calling to him from the darkness. But even in this suffocating silence, there was something else, something waiting. He didn't know how he knew it, but it was there, faint, but undeniable. It was as though the void itself, grown sentient, aware of his presence, aware of his mind wandering aimlessly through its endless reaches. And in that awareness, something stirred. He could hear it now, faint at first, like a murmur carried on the wind of voice, but not a voice. Something deeper than words, a sensation that crawled through his very bones. It was a presence, a force, that felt like it had been waiting for him, watching him fall deeper and deeper into the pit of his own despair. The man tried to speak, but no sound left his lips. His throat was dry, the sensation of his own body feeling increasingly distant. His arms were heavy, and his legs, if they could be called legs, were stretched out in the formless dark, trapped in the haze of a dream that he could neither escape nor fully comprehend. The voice came again, and this time it felt as though it had substance, as if the very air vibrated with it. Return. The word was simple, yet its meaning was far too complex for his shattered mind to grasp. The word hung in the air, slowly wrapping around him, like a noose. Return to what? To where? He had no memory of any place to return to, no memory of anything that could pull him from this endless void. But then, a flickerous spark of light dot. At first it was so small, like the tiniest star in the dark sky. The man couldn't focus on it, couldn't truly see it, but it was there just beyond his reach. The light, faint but persistent, seemed to beckon him, as though it were offering a way out of the darkness. And then, the voice again, softer now, but still demanding dot return. His heart, or what was left of it, fluttered. There was a moment of fear, of hesitation, but then a deep, primal urge to obey a call to move, to go toward the light, to return. He didn't know what that word meant anymore, but he felt it in his bones, a desperate compulsion that overwhelmed all else. The light grew brighter, pulling him toward it. His body, unbidden, moved forward. There was no sense of walking, no sensation of movement, just a draw magnetic pull that sucked him into its orbit. The closer he got, the more he began to see the edges of the light. It wasn't warm, it wasn't inviting, and yet it was all that he could focus on. The light stretched out like tendrils, twisting and shifting, as though it were made of something living, something that wasn't quite light at all. Returned. The word again, this time closer, more urgent, the whisper now a command rather than a request. And then, with a sharp clarity that felt like a jolt of electricity, it all came back to him: the cabin, the snow, the voices, the whispering. The storm that had once seemed so far away now felt close, almost suffocating. The memory of his body, his limbs frozen in place, the door he had opened, the strange creatures he had seen outside, the footsteps in the snow, his own footsteps at the door. He remembered it now. The door that he had opened, the door that had promised escape, but had instead brought him here, to this place of nothingness. The void, the endless darkness, was the door. It had always been the door. And in his desperation, he had opened it. Let it consume him. Let it strip him down to the very core of who he was. And now, standing at the threshold of the light, he understood. The door had never been meant to release him. It had always been meant to trap him. He could see it now. The house, the cabin. But it wasn't the cabin that he had stayed in. No. This house was different. Its walls were cracked and crumbling, its windows shattered, but through the broken glass, he could see the flickering of light, the light that had been calling him, the light that he had sought as his escape. Was not an escape, it was a return to the place he had left behind. The door had always been the way back. The voice had always been him, and as the man stepped toward the door, toward the light, he could hear it clearly now, his own voice, rising from the depths of the void. Let us in. The voice was his, but it was not his. It was the voice of the man he was becoming, the same man who had trapped himself in the snow, who had opened the door to madness, who had abandoned the world only to be consumed by it. It was the voice of the lost. The man felt a cold hand reach out, its fingers stretching from the darkness toward him. But it wasn't a physical hand. No, it was something more insidious, an idea, a reflection, a force that had always been inside of him, waiting. The door. It wasn't a door at all. It was a mirror, reflecting his soul back at him. "Let us in," the whisper turned to a scream. But the man didn't flinch. He didn't move. He stood in the doorway, his mind unraveling as he faced himself, his past, his regrets, his fractured self. And as the light surrounded him, as the door pulled him in, he understood. This was never about finding peace. This was never about escape. This was about returning to the darkness, to the place where it had all begun. The place where he had been lost. And as he stepped forward, the darkness swallowed him whole. The man had no name anymore, no identity. He was nothing but a shadow drifting in the wake of a forgotten dream, a ghost caught between the realms of the living and the dead. His house loomed before him, its decaying walls whispering in the wind. Its cracked windows stared at him like the hollow eyes of a beast that had long since turned to stone. Yet, within its broken heart, a pulse still beat, a rhythm that called to him, a rhythm that was far too familiar. He stepped toward it, each movement slow, deliberate. His legs no longer felt like his own, his body alien to him, as though he were no longer part of the physical world, but something else entirely, something hollow. Every step felt like it took him further from himself and closer to something far darker. "Return," the voice had said. "Return," it had whispered, echoing through the darkness like a haunting refrain. But now, standing at the threshold of the house, he wondered, return to what, to where? He could feel the weight of his own mind, fractured and fragile, crumbling into 1,000 pieces. Yet still he pushed forward. He could hear the sound of his own breathing, ragged and hollow, each breath rattling through his chest. But the door, as he now understood, was not an entrance. It was a barrier, a lock that kept him bound in this place, this house that had never truly been a home. His hand reached for the cold iron handle, fingers brushing against it, but it didn't feel like metal. No, it felt wrong. It felt like bone. He recoiled for a moment, but something inside him, something dark, something broke and drove him to turn it. The door creaked open, the sound far too loud in the thick silence. And as it opened, he was greeted by the smell of the unmistakable scent of decay, of rot. The air was thick with the stench of something long dead, something that had been forgotten and left to molder in the dark. But as he stepped inside, the house had changed. No longer a forgotten cabin, no longer a decaying ruin, it had transformed into something more sinister. The walls pulsed with a sickly green glow, the floorboards creaking beneath his feet like the bones of a long-dead creature stirring in its grave. The house seemed to breathe as though it were alivened. It was watching him. He stumbled through the halls, the air heavy with the weight of unseen eyes. Every corner he turned, every room he entered, seemed to close in on him, the walls pressing inward, suffocating him with their presence. And then he heard it again. "Let us in." The voice was different now. It was not his own voice. It was something else, something older, something that had been waiting in the dark corners of the house, waiting for him to return. It was the voice of the house itself, of the land of the snow, of the storm that had driven him here in the first place. It was the voice of the wilderness, of the isolation that had twisted his mind. "Let us in." The man's heart pounded in his chest. He turned, but there was no one there. The rooms were empty, the shadows long and twisted. Yet he could feel the presence of them, moving just beyond his sight, watching him, waiting for him to make a choice. The walls seemed to close in even tighter. He could hear the faint whispering growing louder, more insistent. "Let us in words seemed to be coming from the very walls, the floor, the ceiling, everywhere and nowhere at once. He moved faster, his feet stumbling as though he were trapped in a nightmare. The house was twisting, warping around him, bending and shifting as though it were alive, pulsating with a dark energy. He could feel it now, deep in his bones, a presence that was not human, a presence that was ancient and hungry. He tried to escape, but there was no escape, no door that would open, no window that would let him out. The house had him now. Let us in. The man could no longer distinguish between the voice and his own thoughts. They were one and the same, bleeding together into a single, chaotic rhythm. His mind, his very essence, being pulled apart, and still he moved forward. He had no choice. The house, the storm, the voices, they were all part of him now. He was trapped within them. The house seemed to stretch on forever. The halls were endless. There was no logic, no sense to any of it. He had once known the house, had once felt its walls, its rooms, its comfort. But now it was a labyrinth, a maze that twisted and turned in on itself, trapping him in a cycle he could not escape. He stumbled into a room. It was dark, pitch black, except for the faint glow of the walls. The air was thick, suffocating. He could feel something else here, something ancient and cold, watching him from the shadows. His heart raced as he reached out, feeling for the walls, his fingers brushing against something wet and cold. Something moved in the darkness. He froze. His breath caught in his throat. Something was there, a whisper, a breath. Let us in. He spun, around, his eyes wide, but there was nothing but the shadows and the damp, cold air. The whispering filled his mind, louder now, more desperate. The shadows grew thicker, darker, pressing in on him. He felt their weight, their presence. He could hear them, feel them all around him, pressing against him, suffocating him. Let us in, and then something stepped into the dim light. It was him, but not him. No, it was a twisted reflection, a version of himself that was wrong, that had been warped by the house, by the storm, by the endless whispering. His eyes were empty, hollow, black, voids that seemed to suck the light out of the room. His skin was cracked, pale, and stretched tight over bones that seemed too large for his frame. His mouth opened, but no sound came out, only a soft, wet, choking sound that seemed to reverberate in the room. The man could feel his heart pounding in his chest as he backed away, his body trembling, his legs weak. The figure didn't move. It simply stood there, watching him with those hollow eyes, waiting for him to understand. Let us in. The voice, his voice, echoed through the room. He could feel it reverberating in his skull, in his very bones. His mind shattered, his thoughts splintering into 1,000 pieces as he reached out, reaching for the twisted version of himself, drawn to it by some force he couldn't resist. Let us in. The room grew darker, the shadows stretching out like fingers, curling around him. He could feel them closing in, tightening around his throat, around his chest. The air was thick with the presence of something ancient and cold, something that had been waiting for him. He reached out to touch the figure, his hand trembling, shaking as it came closer. But just before his fingers made contact, the figure disappeared into the darkness, leaving him alone in the room. Let us in. The words echoed through the house, louder now, more frantic. And then, from somewhere deep within the house, a door creaked open. The man turned toward it, drawn to it like a moth to a flame. He had no choice. His body moved toward it, his legs carrying him forward despite the overwhelming fear that gripped his heart. The door was there, waiting, just as it had always been. He stepped forward, and as he did, he felt a hand on his shoulder. It was cold. The touch was cold and damp, like the grip of death itself. The man turned, but there was no one. There only darkness. He didn't know how long he had been walking. Time had lost its meaning here, swallowed by the oppressive silence and the sickly green glow that pulsed from the walls like an unholy heartbeat. The man's footsteps echoed through the hallways of the house, but it was a hollow, sound empty and echoing, as though the house itself was mocking him. The door had led him deeper into the bowels of the house, a place he could not remember seeing before, yet it felt so familiar. The walls were lined with shadows, stretching and creeping like creatures waiting to pounce. The air was thick, suffocating, as though the very atmosphere was alive, pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. And yet he walked. The whispers had not stopped. They were constant now, swirling around him, inside him, their words an endless loop of "let us in, let us in." The more he heard it, the more it sank into his skin, into his soul. It was no longer a question, it was a demand. He had become a part of it. He had become the house. He could feel it in the very marrow of his bones. Every corner he turned revealed another twisted, distorted version of the house. The rooms seemed to stretch and twist, forming impossible angles that defied reason. There were no windows, no doors, only the oppressive darkness and the pulsating walls. The house had no shape, no form. It was alive, and it was watching him. It was not his imagination. He felt it. The walls hummed with a strange energy, vibrating beneath his fingers as he brushed against them. It was as if the house itself were breathing, its rhythm matching his own labored breath. Each step he took was mirrored by the deep, guttural hum that seemed to rise from the very depths of the earth. A sound like a distant growl, like the growling of some ancient creature that lay in wait beneath the house, its eyes open, watching, waiting for the moment to strike. He shook his head, as if trying to clear away the fog that had settled in his mind. His thoughts were muddled, fractured, barely held together by a threadbare grasp. The whispers were growing louder now, louder than ever before, and he could feel himself being pulled toward them, toward whatever lay at the heart of this nightmare. The room before him shimmered. It was a simple thing, a kitchen, but it was not right. It was too clean, too intact. Everything was pristine, perfectly arranged, as though it had never been touched. The smell of stale bread and decay lingered in the air. The man could almost taste it. He stepped into the room, his eyes scanning the sterile surfaces, his heart pounding in his chest, and then he saw it. At the center of the room was a table, and on that table lay a single object, bathed in a soft, unsettling light. A key. It was old, its edges worn, the metal tarnished with age. It gleamed in the dim light, its presence somehow both inviting and repulsive at the same time. It called to him. He could feel the pull, a compulsion so strong it felt as though his very soul were being dragged toward it. He reached for it, his fingers trembling as they brushed against the cold metal. The moment his fingers made contact, the room seemed to exhale a deep, guttural exhale that shook the floor beneath his feet. The house itself seemed to groan, as though it were coming alive, waking from a long slumber. And then, the door at the far end of the room creaked open. He didn't hesitate. He knew he had to go through it. He had no choice. The key in his hand felt heavier now, its weight pulling him down with every step he took toward the door. As he reached for the knob, his fingers brushed against the doorframe, and it was ice cold, colder than the depths of winter. The door itself felt wrong, as if it had not been opened in centuries. And yet, when he twisted the knob, it turned easily, as though the door had been waiting for him. Beyond it was a staircase, wooden, old, and creaking beneath the weight of time. The darkness below seemed to beckon him, a darkness that was not empty, but alive, breathing, waiting, with the key still clutched tightly in his hand. The man descended. Each step seemed to take him further into the house, deeper into its bowels, until he could no longer tell where the house ended and he began. His own thoughts were fragments, scattered like shards of glass. each one more fractured than the last. But still he moved downward, drawn by some unseen force, pulled toward the heart of the house. The air grew colder with each step. A biting chill that numbed his skin made it hard to breathe. The walls were damp now, slick with something that was not water, something darker. His feet slipped on the rotting wood, and the shadows seemed to stretching around him, curling like tendrils, reaching for him. He could feel them, now them. He wasn't alone, not anymore. They were here in the shadows, just beyond the light. They whispered to him, their voices low and guttural, just out of reach. But they were everywhere. He could feel them, crawling beneath his skin, burrowing into his thoughts. Let us in? The words were louder now, clearer. He could hear them inside his head, vibrating through his skull, rattling his teeth. His mind was a war zone, a battlefield where his sanity was the only casualty. He was losing himself, slipping further into the abyss with every step. The staircase spiraled down deeper, farther into the earth, until the man could no longer tell if he was still in the house at all. The walls, the floor, the ceiling, everything had dissolved into a swirling vortex of darkness, and there was only the pull of the whispers. Let us in. The words were no longer separate from him. They were him. The man had become the whispers. The man had become the house, and the house had become the man. The key in his hand began to glow faintly, its metal heating up as though it were alive. It pulsed with an energy that was not of this world. The darkness around him thickened, twisting, as if the very air was alive with some unspeakable presence, some force that had waited for him, that had always waited for him. And then, at the bottom of the stairs, he saw it. A door, a door, a door. That was not like any other door he had seen. It was ancient, covered in strange symbols, its surface warped and twisted. The key pulsed in his hand, urging him forward. He knew what he had to do. He had always known, but as he approached the door, something shifted. He felt a tug, one so powerful it nearly pulled him off his feet. A presence behind him, a force so immense it was suffocating. The shadows, the whispers, the house, they were all closing in on him. The door was not just a door. It was a threshold, a boundary, and he was standing at the edge of it. The man didn't know what lay beyond, but he could feel it. He could feel the weight of Ithapool, the darkness, the cold. Everything had led him here. He had become part of it. And now there was no going back. The key turned in the lock with an audible click, and the door creaked open. Beyond it, there was nothing. No light, no sound, no end. Only the hollow, the infinite. Hollow that stretched beyond comprehension. And as the man stepped through, the door slammed shut behind him. The door clicked shut behind him, and there was no sound. The silence enveloped him, thick and suffocating, pressing against his eardrums like a vice. The darkness in front of him was absolute, a blanket of blackness so complete that he couldn't even tell if his eyes were open. The world had dissolved. The air was heavy, dense with something that wasn't quite air, something not meant for breathing. It felt as though his lungs were filled with ice instead of oxygen. And yet he was still breathing. The man stood motionless, his hands clutching the key, which had grown unbearably warm, as if pulsing with an energy far beyond his comprehension. He could feel it thrumming beneath his skin, like a heartbeat in time with his own a rhythm that wasn't his, but now, inexplicably, was. His heart raced, but it wasn't fear, no. It was something more primal, something deeper, a knowing. He could feel something stirring around him, something ancient and unknowable. His body, though still trembling, seemed to react on its own. It moved as if it had no mind of its own, guided instead by the pulse of the key, by the invisible force that radiated from the depths of the darkness. But where was he? Where had the house gone? He had been standing in front of that door, and now that house, those walls had disappeared into the void. Or had it? Was he still in the house? The house had felt like it was alive, so much so that it was a question, worth asking whether it had ever truly been a house at all. He reached out instinctively, his hands brushing through the dark. It felt wrong and natural. The darkness wasn't empty, like the absence of light. No, it was full, dense, packed with something that clung to him, something that surrounded him with every move, like a tightening noose. The key in his hand grew, warmer still, unbearably hot now, and he jerked his hand away from it, his fingers burning. But somehow, the pain didn't matter. Nothing mattered except the pull that guided him, that commanded him forward. The darkness shuddered, it shifted, and something moved in it. At first it was faint, a ripple in the blackness, a flicker, a stirring. He didn't know how, but he could feel it, a presence, something that had been waiting for him. He took a step, then another. The world around him seemed to bend, as though the very fabric of reality was warping in response to his movements. Each step he took was heavier than the last, as if the ground itself was reluctant to support him. His legs felt leaden, as though invisible weights had been tied to his ankles, dragging him down into the dark. He took another step, and his breath caught in his throat. Before him, the darkness parted, just slightly revealing a vague outline. It was faint, shifting in and out of view, but unmistakable. A doorway. No, not a door, but a passage. Beckoning him, the man's pulse quickened. There was something there, something ancient, something alive. A voice came, so faint it could have been a whisper carried on the wind, but it was not wind. It was something else entirely. It was a voice, familiar yet foreign. It called his name. It was not his own voice. It was not even human. But he knew it. Deep down, where something dark and buried stirred inside him, he couldn't move. The voice filled his ears, a low and echoing hum that vibrated in his very chest. He could feel the sound now beneath his ribs, deep in his bones. Let us in. The whisper wrapped around him like a chain, tugging at his very essence, dragging him toward the doorway. His hand, still clutching the key, shot out against his will, reaching for the door that beckoned him forward. And then, as his fingers brushed the blackness, something changed. The air grew colder. The very temperature around him plummeted into a freezing chill. The darkness thickened and coiled like smoke, wrapping itself around his wrists, his arms, his throat. It squeezed at him, constricting his breath, pulling him closer to that forbidden threshold. The man gasped, his body racked with a sudden wave of dizziness. Nausea. Let us in. This time, the voice was not alone. It was joined by others, many others, all whispering, all clamoring. It was a chorus now, an endless chorus of broken, distorted voices, each one calling out, begging, pleading for the same thing. Let us in. His eyes blurred. He stumbled. The weight of their collective longing crushed him, the pressure of their combined force, their hunger, overwhelming him. It felt as though they were inside him now, inside his mind, inside his soul, all reaching, all pushing. The darkness was alive. It had always been alive, and it was waiting. The man's vision flickered. For a moment, the passage before him distorted, shifting like a mirage, and then, through the rift in the void, he saw it. A figure, a shape barely defined, but there, a person. No, not a person. It was something else, something far older, far more primal, but undeniably human in its shape. It was cloaked in shadows, its face obscured by darkness, yet the man could feel its eyes upon him. He could feel it staring at him, watching him. Its gaze was intense, powerful, pulling him into the void with a force that made his stomach twist. The voice came again. Let us in. And this time, the man knew. He knew what it wanted. He had always known it wanted him. The air around him crackled with the sharp sting of cold. His heart thudded erratically, each beat louder than the last, a sound that threatened to drown him. Let us in. the whispers grew, frantic, desperate, hungry. The presence in the darkness grew stronger, its force suffocating, its pull unrelenting. The shadows around him thickened, closing in, squeezing tighter and tighter, until it was all he could feel, all he could know. His skin burned, his lungs screamed for air, for release. But there was no escape, no light, no hope. Only the endless pressure of their voices, their hunger, their demand. And then, as the darkness swallowed him whole, as the whispers reached a crescendo so deafening, he thought his mind would split in two. The door opened, not by his hand, no. The door opened for him, and beyond it was the heart of the darkness. It was no longer a place. It was a nothingness, a boundless, infinite expanse that stretched beyond the limits of comprehension. It was the emptiness between stars, the void that existed before time. It was cold and vast, and it was waiting for him. Waiting for his soul, his body, his mind, and the door closed behind him. The door clicked shut behind him with a hollow sound, like the final note of an ancient, forgotten song, leaving the man in a place that was not a place at all. It was as if the very concept of space had unraveled, and he was suspended in something beyond. Beyond what? He could not tell. Beyond time, beyond the very fabric of reality. The floor beneath his feet was cold, slick with a dampness that he could feel even through his shoes. But there was no floor, no walls, no ceiling, just a vast, boundless emptiness, stretching infinitely in all directions. The only thing that defined the space was the oppressive, suffocating darkness that closed in around him. He stood motionless, unsure if his eyes were even still open. It was not that he could not sit, was that there was nothing to see. The dark was absolute, devoid of light, and his sense of space seemed to evaporate, leaving him floating, disoriented. He was no longer sure who or what he was. His body seemed foreign to him, detached. His skin felt too tight, his bones too brittle, as though he was wearing a suit that didn't quite fit, a shell that was no longer his own. He touched his face, his arms, his chest, but the sensations were dim, distant, muffled by the oppressive weight of the void surrounding him. And then it came, a presence. So faint at first, so small that it seemed as though it was a figment of his imagination, a shadow in the corners of his mind. But it grew, it grew. He felt it moving within him, without him. It was not like the whispers he had heard before. This was something deeper, more visceral. This was not an external force. This was part of him. This was a part of the very fabric of his being. The key in his hand, still warm, though it had stopped glowing, had become heavier. It felt as though it was pulling him down, deeper into the endless dark, pulling him closer to something he could not see but could feel. And then it spoke, not in words, not in sounds, but in the way that something ancient speaks, a language that cannot be heard, only felt. It spoke in the marrow of his bones, in the depths of his soul. It was not the darkness that spoke, but the space between the moments. It was the silence between the breath, the pause between the words. The void had a voice, and it was calling to him in a way that reached down deep inside his mind, pulling at the fragile strands of his sanity. He had been here. Before, he had been here before. A flicker of memory surfaced, but it was like trying to catch smoke with his bare hands. It was there, just out of reach, slipping through his fingers like sand. He could see it, he could feel it, but he could not grasp it. He had been here before. The door, the cold, the whispers, the key. The feeling of being lost, of being both, here and not here. It was all tied together. It was all one thing, a continuous loop, an eternal cycle. He was caught within it, unable to escape. No beginning, no end, just waiting. The presence around him intensified, as though it could sense. The awareness blooming within him, and with that awareness the darkness responded. It was all around him now, pressing in, suffocating. He could feel it, the weight of it. His head swam, his vision blurred, and his senses seemed to fade. He was the darkness. He could feel it in his very blood, in his very skin. The whispers swelled into a chorus once more. And this time, it was not just the voices of the house of the spirits who had been trapped in its walls. No, now, it was a cacophony, a storm of voices, stretching across time, across existence. Let us in. Let us in, let us in. But it was not a request anymore. The voices were no longer pleading, they were demanding. They were the voices of the other side, of the ancient things that had always existed, things that were too old to be bound by time or space, things that had never known light. They were hungry, they wanted him. They had always wanted him. The key in his hand was now burning. He could feel its weight, its heat. It had become part of him. It had always been part of him. There was no going back, no escape, and then he knew. He understood it now. The house was not a place. It was not something that could be seen or touched. It was a gateway, a portal. It had always been a portal. The house, the key, the whispers, it was all a lure, a way to pull him into this place, into the void, into the waiting. He had never left. He had always been here. The man understood now. The house, the key, the door, everything had been leading him here, to this moment. The key was not just a physical object. It was a symbol, a part of him. The darkness was not something that had crept into his life. It had always been there, waiting, and now it was too late. There was no escape. There was no way out. He had become part of the waiting, part of the endless cycle. The house had claimed him, and in claiming him, it had claimed all that he was, his mind, his soul, his very essence. He was the darkness now. He was waiting. The presence grew stronger, and with it, the whispers, the voices, the hunger that the walls of the void seemed to collapse inward, pulling tighter, compressing him, until he could no longer tell where he ended and the darkness began. He was not just in the void, he was part of it. He was the key dot. And with that realization, a profound silence fell. It was not peace, it was not rest, an eternal waiting. There was no end, no beginning, only the pull, the call, the hunger. And the man, no longer a man, no longer human, was waiting. The darkness was not just a lack of light. It was a presence, a force, an intelligence, and it was alive. Alive in a way that no human being could understand, a primal, unknowable awareness that permeated every atom of existence. The man could feel it. He could feel it clawing at the edges of his mind, gnawing at the seams of his sanity. It was like being submerged in a deep, icy ocean, with no surface to rise to, no way to breathe. The crushing weight of it pressed against his thoughts, forcing him to think in ways that were alien to his human mind. He no longer understood the difference between time and timelessness, between what was real and what was not. Everything was beginning to bleed into one another, distorting, twisting like smoke in the wind. It had always been this way, but now he was aware of it. He was no longer oblivious to the horror that surrounded him. The realization hit him like a sudden crushing flood of knowledge that overwhelmed him. He was trapped not just in the void, not just in this place between places, this threshold between the world he had known and whatever lay beyond. No, it was worse than that. The key still burning in his hand was not just a symbol. It was the key that unlocked the door, between worlds, between the living and the dead, between the conscious and the unconscious, between what was and what could be. And the man, now more of a specter than a living thing, was the one who had opened it. He had stepped beyond the threshold, beyond what was meant to be. He had become a bridge between worlds, a bridge to an infinite, unknowable abyss that stretched far beyond the confines of reality. And the key had been a trap set long ago, long before the man had ever stepped foot into that cabin, long before he had ever found himself on the other side of the door. The truth was older than time itself. The truth was that the house had never been a home. It was a place of sacrifice, a place of waiting, a place where the ancient ones, the dark gods of the void, had bound themselves in eternal slumberant. A soul came until someone stumbled into their web, until someone found the key, and he had been the one. He had opened the door. He had walked through. And now there was no escape. The whispers came again, louder this time, a frantic symphony of voices that filled the void. Their words were indecipherable, their tone frantic, as if they too were caught in the same inescapable spiral. They sounded familiar, though, faint echoes of things he had once known. The voice of the woman from the house, the voice of the man who had spoken to him in his dreams, the voice of his own mind. Let us in, let us in. The words echoed in his skull, reverberating, expanding like an explosion, a wave of sound that crashed into his thoughts. His hands clenched around the key, the heat of it searing into his flesh. But it was not the burning that terrified him now. No, it was the realization that the key was not just a physical object. It was the very essence of the darkness. The void had a hunger. It was always hungry, and now it was feeding on him, not just on his body, not just on his mind, but on his soul. His sense of self was unraveling, coming apart at the seams. He could feel his memories slipping away, like sand running through his fingers. His past, his life, everything was becoming a blur, fading, disintegrating. The moments that had once defined him were turning into wisps of smoke, fading into the distance. He was forgetting who he was. He was forgetting what he had been. What did it matter? There was no he anymore. There was only the waiting, the endless, empty waiting, the waiting for them to return, the waiting for the eternal hunger to be fed. The void stretched out before him, a blackened ocean of nothingness, a vast, endless, the ocean of silence and shadow. There was no sound, no motion, no sense of time, no sense of anything. And then a crack, a fissure in the darkness. At first, it was barely noticeable, a tiny, jagged line of light that appeared where the void had once been impenetrable. It pulsed like a dying star, flickering faintly and then growing, stretching wider, a tear in the fabric of reality. The man staggered forward, his legs moving of their own accord, as though they were being controlled by something beyond him. He could feel the pull of the tear, could feel the force drawing him in, as though his body was being magnetized toward it. The air around him crackled with an unnatural energy, charged with the weight of something ancient and powerful. He reached out, and then he saw it. It was not a figure, not a shape or form in the way that he had once known things to be. No, this was something else entirely. This was a vision, a presence, something so vast, so beyond comprehension, that his mind recoiled from it, trying to push it away, to deny its existence. But it was there. It was undeniable. It was in the light of the tear, and yet it was not light. It was the absence of light. It was a shape, a movement, a shadow that bent the very fabric of reality around it. It was the unseen, the thing that had always existed. Beyond the grasp of human understanding, the presence loomed over him, shifting, changing, constantly in flux. It was formless and infinite, and yet there was a terrible sense of intelligence in its movements, a knowing, a hunger. The man's chest tightened as he watched it. He could feel its gaze, feel its awareness. He was caught in its pull, a fly, caught in the web of an ancient spider, trapped in its invisible threads. His heart beat faster, his breath coming in short, desperate gasps. But it did not matter. There was no escape. There was no breath. The presence reached out. It did not have hands. It did not need hands. It was everywhere, and it was coming. The man opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came. His body, his mind, everything that he had once been was dissolving into the darkness, slipping into the vast emptiness as the tear grew wider and wider, pulling him into its infinite void. The man's form bent and twisted, his body warping into something unrecognizable, something wrong, as though he were being reshaped by the void itself. His bones cracked and snapped, his flesh rippling and reforming as the shadows twisted around. The hunger had come, and now there was nothing left but the waiting, nothing but the eternal spiral. He was nothing now, and nothing would remain. The pull was inescapable, the presence the entity that lurked beyond the fabric of reality. An ancient hunger swept through the void like a storm. It was relentless, powerful, and silent. There was no sound, no warning, only the cold, crushing sensation of being consumed, and the man, he was nothing but a flickering ember in its vast, unfeeling darkness. At first, there was a part of him that still clung to the idea of self, still felt the echo of his former existence, his name, his memories, his humanity. But with each passing second, those echoes weakened. They were fading, growing quieter, as though they were being absorbed by the infinite expanse of the void. The more he tried to hold on to them, the more they slipped through his fingers like grains of sand, the key in his hand still. Burning was not a mere object anymore. It was part of him, part of his essence, part of the void. It had become an extension of the darkness that surrounded him, a conduit through which he could feel the malevolent pulse of the other side. His fingers were numb against the metal now, not from cold, but from something far worse, a sense of loss, a sense of being hollowed out. His flesh was disintegrating. He could feel it. It wasn't that his body was breaking apart physically, no. It was more than that. It was his very nature that was unraveling. The solid form of his being, the coherent shape of who he was slipping away into the all-consuming blackness. There was no more boundary between him and the void. No more distinction between what was him and what was nothing. The whispers grew louder again, filling the emptiness around him. They had no source, no shape, no direction. They were everywhere, all at once. They were the voice of the void, the voice of the hunger, and they were calling to him, "Come to us, join us, be one with the void." The words were not meant to be understood. They were not meant to be spoken. They were not even words. They were a sensation, a vibration, a pulse. They were the language of existence itself, bending and twisting, just out of reach of human comprehension. The man's heart, if he still had a heart, pounded in his chest. It was too late. Too late for him to fight. It's too late for him to turn back. He wanted to scream. He wanted to shout out for help, for anything. But his voice, his presence, was vanishing. The void had eaten it away, bit by bit. He could feel his own essence stretching thin, like a thread being pulled tighter and tighter until it would snap. There was no way to reach the surface, no way to escape the crushing weight of the endless darkness. The pull was too strong. The hunger was too great. It was too late. And then the darkness parted. A crack, sharp and sudden, split the void in two. A jagged line of pure white light cut through the blackness like a sword, shining with an intensity that blinded him. His eyes, if they could still be called eyes, could not comprehend the light, could not grasp its nature. It was not light as he understood it. It was something else entirely, something beyond the physical realm. It was an opening, a rupture, a tear in the fabric of the universe. For a moment, just a moment, he was free. He was suspended between worlds, between what was and what could be. For an instant he felt the faintest flicker of his own consciousness, like the smallest flame against a great storm. He could remember who he had been, where he had come from, what he had been searching for. He could feel the pull of the human world, the world of flesh and bone, of warmth and light. But the light, too, began to fade. The crack began to close, slowly at first, then faster, like the jaws of a great beast snapping shut. The pull of the void surged, and with it came a flood of images, memories, visions of everything he had ever known. The warmth of his home, the faces of people he had loved, the moments of joy that had once defined his existence. All of them were swallowed up by the darkness, devoured by the vast hunger that had claimed him. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the light was gone. The crack in reality sealed itself shut, leaving only the blackness. The void had won. It was inevitable. It always had been. He was nothing now. The hunger, the eternal spiral. It had all been leading to this moment. The key, the house, the door, the whispers, the presence. All of it had been a carefully constructed trap, a series of steps, an intricate pattern leading him to this inevitable end. The man had been the chosen one, the unwitting key to unlocking the gateway between realms. And now he was part of it. He was one with it. The voices swirled around him again, no longer whispering, but chanting. Low, guttural tones that reverberated through his bones, through his very soul. They were not his voices, not the voices of the lost souls that had once haunted the cabin. No, these were different. These were the voices of the hungry ones. The ones that had always been, the ones that existed beyond time, beyond reality. You are one of us now, forever. The waiting is eternal. The hunger is endless. Join us, become nothing, become everything. The man's mind, Diffie could still be said. To have a mind twisted, it warped. He felt his thoughts break apart like brittle glass, each shard falling away, leaving him with nothing but the terrifying emptiness of the void. He could no longer differentiate between what was real and what was not. Between what had been his life and what was now his truth, there was no boundary. There was no wall, only the waiting, only the hunger. And somewhere in the distance, as if from an infinite expanse, he could hear the faintest sound, the smallest whisper, "Come back." But it wasn't his name. It wasn't a call for him. It was a call for everything. The key no longer, just a physical object. It became the very essence of the void, the bridge between what was and what could be. It was no longer a key. It was a catalyst, a source of power. The man had opened the door, and now there was no going back. He was the door, he was the key, and he would wait forever. The hunger was a presence, a thing, a force beyond anything he had known. But now, it was not only out there, it was inside him. The darkness, the void, those were not external things. They were the very fabric of his being, weaving through his bones, his blood, his thoughts. He could feel it deep inside his skull, like a worm burrowing into the crevices of his consciousness. The hunger had become his mind, his soul. There was no separation now, no distinction between what was him and what was the void. It was all one. He felt it clawing at the corners of his thoughts, scratching, gnawing, as if trying to pull him apart, piece by piece. His memories, those brief, fleeting fragments of a life once lived, had turned to ash, scattered in the vast emptiness of this place. There was nothing left of who he had been, nothing left to anchor him. His very sense of self was unraveling, breaking apart, becoming nothing but dust and echoes. It had long since ceased to be an object. It was now something more, something other. The key was not just a thing. It was a tether, a connection to the void. And yet, as he held it, it was as if it were pulling him toward something, toward a presence so vast, so ancient, that even the void itself could not contain it. He could feel the pull now, a deep, magnetic force drawing him inward, pulling him deeper into the dark heart of this strange, otherworldly place. It was a place beyond the boundaries of time, where everything and nothing coexisted simultaneously. It was not a world, not a universe. It was a state of being that defied all comprehension. The whispers came again, louder now, resonating deep within him. They were no longer just words, they were sensations, emotions, memories, all twisted together. They were voices, but not of the living, not of anything human. They were the voices of the ones who had come before him, the ones who had opened the doors and found themselves lost. And they were calling him, come and join us. The waiting is eternal. His breath came in ragged gasps, if he could even still be said to breathe. The sensation of breathing, of inhaling and exhaling, was foreign to him now. His body was a mere echo of what it had once been. His flesh no longer obeyed the laws of nature. His form was breaking down, piece by piece, turning into something intangible, something beyond physical. He could feel his very essence slipping away, dissolving into the darkness. But even as he felt himself slipping, he also felt something else, a strange, haunting pull. It was as though he were being tugged toward something, something that had always been, yet had never been known. It was a place that existed outside of space, outside of time, a place where the laws of the universe had no meaning, a place where the very fabric of existence was woven from the threads of madness. The light flickered again, far in the distance, like a star dying in the blackness of the void. It was faint, but unmistakable. It was not a light in the conventional sense. It was something other, a doorway, a rift, a tear in the very fabric of everything. It was the source of the pull, the thing that was drawing him, pulling him, guiding him toward it. His steps, if he could still be said to walk, were slow, unsure. His legs, once strong and steady, now felt weak and hollow, like they had no more purpose. His body, his mind, his very soul were being pulled toward the light, toward the source. He had no choice. He was not in control anymore. He was a puppet, a marionette, dancing on the strings of the void. As he moved closer, the light grew brighter, sharper. It burned with an intensity that seared his vision, but still he moved toward it. The whispers came faster now, a rhythmic chanting, building into a crescendo. The sound was deafening, a cacophony of voices rising in unison. They were speaking in tongues and chant forgotten languages that twisted the very fabric of his thoughts. The man felt his mind splitting, fracturing under the pressure. He was being pulled in all directions, torn apart by the sheer force of the presence. And then, just as he reached the edge of the light, everything stopped. Silence, the absence of sound, was worse than any noise. It was absolute. There was no sound, no feeling, no thought. The man was suspended in a state of perfect nothingness. There was no sensation of time, no sense of direction. It was as if he had ceased to exist altogether. And then, as quickly as it had appeared, the light vanished. The man was standing at the edge of a vast, infinite chasm, a rift in the universe itself. Before him lay the void, the darkness, the nothingness that stretched on forever. And in the distance, something else, a presence, a shape, an eye. It was enormous, its size impossible to comprehend. The eye was not just a single organ, but a vast cosmic thing. It stared at him, its gaze not with malice, but with an unsettling awareness. It was not like the eyes of a man. It was not even like the eyes of an animal. It was something else, something older, something far more ancient, and it was watching him. He tried to look away, but his body wouldn't obey him. His mind, if it still existed, was trapped in the gaze of the eye. He could feel its presence in every fiber of his being, its gaze drilling into him, seeing through him, through everything he had been. It spoke, not with words, but with thoughts. You are no longer of the world you came from. You have crossed the threshold. You have opened the door. And now, you belong to us. The man tried to scream, to run, to escape, but there was no escape. There was no sound, no motion, no place to flee. The eye continued to watch him, its gaze unwavering, unblinking. He could feel himself sinking deeper into the abyss, sinking into a state of pure being. A state where there was no him anymore, only the eye and the darkness around it. And then, in a moment of clarity, the man understood. He was not trapped, not anymore. He was the trap. The eye, the hunger, the void, they were not separate from him. They were him. He had opened the door. He had become the doorway. And now, the darkness was consuming him, was merging with him. There was no escape from the void, because the void had already become him. The hunger was not something to be fought. It was something to be accepted. And so the man, what remained of him, stepped forward into the dark. And as he crossed the threshold, the last vestiges of his consciousness faded away, swallowed by the darkness. There was no scream, no final thought, only the waiting, only the hunger and the endless night. The man had ceased to be that which had once been him, his thoughts, his memories. His very flesh was now scattered across the fabric of the void, like dust lost in the wind. But there was no wind here, no movement, no change, only waiting. And yet, amidst the infinite expanse, amidst the crushing weight of the emptiness, something lingered, a remnant, a flicker, a single thread of awareness that refused to fade. It wasn't quite thought, but something like it, something that hovered at the edge of understanding, as if his very consciousness were trying to form itself from the fragments of his existence. It was as though he were caught in a dream, but a dream with no waking, no escape, no conclusion. The darkness pressed in all around him, suffocating, yet there was no air to suffocate him. His body, if it could still be called that, was as light as the void itself. He was no longer confined to shape, no longer weighed down by the limits of human form. There was no ground, no sky, no up or down. There was nothing but presence, the sense of being, the echo of thought, the thrum of something that might have once been called life. His mind, such as it was, wandered. He thought, for the briefest of moments, of the cabin, the walls of wood and stone, the fire crackling in the hearth, the snow falling gently outside. He thought of the isolation, the peace he had once sought, the longing for quiet that had turned into something far darker than he had ever imagined. And yet, as soon as the thought had formed, it began to dissipate, like smoke curling away into the vast emptiness of the void. Everything faded. Everything became uncertain. Who had he been? He could not remember his name, not that it mattered. It was as though the very notion of a name was alien here, foreign to this place. What did it mean to have a name when there was nothing to call? What was identity when it no longer had a body to ground it? Was he still the same man who had stumbled into that cabin, seeking solitude from the world? Or had he become something else, something other, something untouchable, something voided? The hunger, yes, it was still there. It pulsed through the blackness like a heart beating in a cavern, too deep for any human to hear. It was not an external force anymore. It was inside him. He had swallowed it, absorbed it, become it. He was one with the hunger, one with the void, one with the dark infinity of existence. And yet there was more. A presence, a glimpse of something else stirred in the black depths. It was an almost imperceptible sensation, a vibration in the dark, a flicker at the edges of his awareness, a shape, a shadow, that danced just beyond his reach. At first, he thought it was another manifestation of the hunger and echo of the eternal void. But no, this felt different. It felt ... other. It was familiar in some way, but not in a way he could understand. Not in a way he could process with the fractured, unraveling fragments of his mind. He reached toward it. Or at least, he thought he did. There was no body to move, no hands to stretch out. But in this strange liminal state, there was still a sense of will-a-pull, a desire to know, to understand, to reclaim some semblance of himself from the nothingness. As he reached out, the void seemed to shift, just for a moment, as if it were reacting to his thoughts. The darkness parted, but not in the way it had before this time. It didn't split into a crack of light. This time, it was as if the void itself were bending, warping, opening, and behind the tear in the nothingness, something gleamed, something indistinct but vast, a dark expanse beyond anything he could have conceived. He felt it, the presence. It was not a single being, not a creature with shape or form. No, this was something deeper, something more ancient. It was the space between spaces. It was the thing that existed before existence, the thing that would remain after all things had crumbled into dust. It was the very foundation of everything, and yet it was nothing. He thought he heard something, a word, a thought, a sound, not yet. The words not spoken, but felt echoed in his mind. They rang through him, reverberating in the void of his being, not yet. And for the first time since he had crossed the threshold, he felt something, a presence, a thought, a brief, fleeting understanding of what lay beyond the dark. He saw it, briefly, like a window into another world, another reality. A glimpse of light, a shimmer of warmth, a sound that was not silence, a feeling that was not emptiness. It was so close, but it wasn't for him, not yet. The presence was withdrawing, receding, pulling back into the deep. The void closed in once more, sealing him away from whatever lay beyond. The glimpse was gone, and with it, the hunger returned, stronger than before, its pull even more intense. Was this his fate, to remain in this place forever? To be one with the dark, to be the void, the hunger? Was there nothing more? Was there no escape? For a time he thought there was nothing left, nothing to be done but fade away into the eternal waiting. He could no longer sense his body, his form. Nothing was left but presence, and even that seemed to be slipping. The awareness of himself, of his existence, was wearing thin, as if the void itself were erasing him, bit by bit, and then, just when he thought all would dissolve into nothingness, there was another shift. It was subtle at first, a faint ripple, like a breath exhaled in the dark. A disturbance, a new presence, weaker than the one before, but still undeniable. It came from the deep, from the very edges of the void, where the darkness was thickest. It moved toward him slowly, as if it were unsure, hesitant, but it was coming. For a long time, there was nothing but the sensation of waiting. Then, like a whisper from the deepest chasm, a voice echoed in the back of his mind. "You are not yet whole," the man recoiled. It was as if the voice had pierced through the remnants of his shattered consciousness, touching something that had been buried deep within him, something he had almost forgotten. "You are not yet whole." Could it be? Was there a way out? A way to reclaim what had been lost? He felt the presence draw nearer, its form shifting, coalescing into something that seemed more human yet still. It was alien, unfathomable. He could sense it, but he could not grasp it. It was as though he were staring into an abyss, one that gazed back at him with equal curiosity. And as the presence enveloped him, he felt a shift in the darkness around him. The hunger, the void, the endless, oppressive blackness of it all. It was not gone, but it was fading, slowly, imperceptibly, faintly. "You are not yet whole, but you will be." He felt the pressure of the hunger lessen, just a little. A brief pause in the endless pull. The voice spoke again, its tone quieter, but somehow more final. "And when you are whole, you will know, you will understand, and then ... you will be free." For the first time in what felt like an eternity, the man felt something stir within him. Not hope, not even fear, but something else. The man no longer understood what he was, no longer understood what he had been. The voice, the presence that had spoken to him, had faded, its words lingering in the empty corners of his mind, as if they were fragments of a distant memory. What had it meant by whole? What was he supposed to be, when his very form seemed to have dissolved into the nothingness that surrounded him? Was there something left to reclaim? Was there even a part of him still capable of remembering what he had been before the hunger, before the darkness had swallowed him whole? He could feel the pressure of the void weighing down on him, but in a different way now. It wasn't the same oppressive suffocation that had consumed him earlier. No, this was something subtler, something far worse. It was the sensation of being watched, of being observed by something that existed beyond all understanding, something that saw him not as a man, but as a mere shadow of what had once been. It was as if the very fabric of existence had turned, its gaze upon him distant, cold, and detached. And yet, there was something else beneath that gaze, something softer, a whisper that echoed through his mind like a dream half remembered, too faint to grasp, too far to follow. You are not yet whole. The voice had spoken those words before, but now it was not the same. The voice was closer now, clearer, but it was not a voice in the conventional sense. It was a feeling, an understanding, a message that wormed its way through the very fabric of the void, burrowing deep into his fractured consciousness, leaving behind an imprint, a call, something. More, it felt as though his mind was splitting, as if the space between his thoughts was widening, expanding, pulling away from him. What had once been a singular being was now scattered across an infinite landscape of darkness, unable to grasp onto anything solid, anything real. The hunger still gnawed at him, but it was distant now, like a shadow at the edges of his awareness, waiting for the moment when it could return to claim him fully. But the darkness, the void it, was different now. Something was moving, the fabric of the universe, if it could even be called that, now shifted imperceptibly. But the man could feel it, as if the entire void was changing its shape. There was a distortion, a ripple, something that disturbed the airless space, but it was not like the other disturbances. This was something alive, a presence, a consciousness that was drawing closer. The pulse of its existence was palpable, like the beat of an ancient heart, thumping against the emptiness with a rhythm that seemed both familiar and alien. He reached out, or at least he tried to, but his thoughts, what remained of them, faltered, disjointed. There was no reaching here, no stretching of limbs or turning of hands. There was only presence, and even that seemed to be slipping, fading, disintegrating. And yet the pull came. Again, stronger this time. He felt it, deep within the nothingness, like the stirring of something immense, something that existed at the edge of all understanding, something that wasn't supposed to be, a light, a glimmer. No, not light, not in any sense he could comprehend, but something there, something tangible yet untouchable, like the faintest trace of a memory, hovering just out of reach. The man's mind, if it still could be called that, strained to make sense of it. What was it? What was the presence? It felt familiar, as though it were something that had been waiting for him, waiting for the moment when he would finally reach the edge of his own understanding, when he would finally encounter whatever this was. He could feel the hunger again, like a cold shadow at his back. It was waiting, watching, lurking in the deep recesses of his consciousness. But the presence was drawing nearer. The hunger seemed distant now, but still persistent, like a ghost clinging to his soul. Not yet. The words whispered again, soft but final, as if they were pulling the man deeper into the unknown. He understood them now, not as words in a language, but as something deeper, more visceral, more intimate. It was not an instruction, nor was it a command. It was the truth of the universe, the truth that transcended existence, transcended time, transcended the very essence of being. He was not yet whole. The man felt a presence at the edge of his awareness, a shadow moving through the folds of the void. He knew it was coming for him, knew that it had always been coming. But what was it? Was it another aspect of the hunger? Another form of darkness? Was it something else entirely? You are not yet whole. The presence came closer still. And now the man could feel it deep within himself, in the very marrow of his soul. He had been lost, consumed by the hunger, shattered into 1,000 pieces. He had crossed the threshold, into this endless void, this place where time and space had no meaning, where nothing could ever be solid again. But the presence, the voice it, was something more. It was the force that held everything together, the thing that governed existence, that shaped the universe in ways he could not understand. The man was no longer merely a being caught in the void. He was becoming the void. He was becoming the very thing he had sought to escape. And yet, the pull came again, this time overwhelming. It was not a hunger now, it was a force. He felt the pressure against him, the sensation of being drawn in, not just by the emptiness, but by the presence. The something that existed beyond the void, something older than the void, older than the hunger. He felt the boundaries of his mind stretch, crack, and break. He felt himself fracturing further, but in a way that was not painful. It was not agony, it was the slow, deliberate separation of a thing from its true self. He could feel it, the fracture. He was becoming something else, something greater. He didn't know what it was. He couldn't understand it, but he could feel it. Not yet. He wasn't whole yet. The hunger still gnawed at him, but it was fading. And yet, a whisper, not yet. The void stretched on forever, but for the first time since his journey had begun, the man felt something that wasn't darkness. It was faint, so faint it could have been an illusion, but it was there. A shimmer, a pulse, something beyond the hunger. Could it be that he had been right all along? That this place, this void, was not simply a place of nothingness? Was it a place where everything was still waiting to be understood? The pull of the presence grew stronger, now undeniable. A final push, the ultimate revelation, was within his reach. But would he accept it? Would he become it? Or would he be swallowed up by the hunger forever? The man's mind was no longer his own dot. It had long since splintered across the vast nothingness, into 1,000 irretrievable pieces. His sense of self, once anchored by memories and form, had been dissolved by the hunger, by the oppressive blackness that surrounded him. There was no more he, no more I. The words were meaningless here, like echoes in a canyon too deep to return. Yet, the presence, the force that had come closer, the something older than the void itself, was still there, watching, waiting. Its pull was undeniable. He could feel it inside his broken essence, tugging at the last fragments of who he had once been, seeking to reassemble him into something more, something that was not entirely human, not entirely a void, but something else altogether. He felt a pulse within the dark, and for the first time, it did not feel like hunger. It was something else, something that might have been life. No, not life. Understanding. It was an understanding of the void, not just an empty space, but a knowing. The absence itself seemed to hum with a hidden rhythm, an ancient melody that reverberated through the very fabric of existence. His awareness flickered, like the last flame in an ancient lantern on the brink of being snuffed out. He was aware of the hunger, of the presence, of everything and nothing, all at once. He no longer cared about who he had been. He was no longer a man seeking peace in a cabin, nor even a victim of the hunger. The beckoning force of the presence, drawing him inward like a moth to a flame. But this flame did not promise warmth. It promised something far darker. It promised an end, and yet not an end, a beginning. A transformation. He no longer feared the hunger. He embraced it. The darkness that had once gnawed at his every thought now felt like an old, familiar companion. It was a force that sought to consume, yes, but in its consumption, it had revealed truths beyond comprehension, truths that only the void could reveal. The pull became overwhelming. It was not an external force, not anymore. It had fused. With him, it was inside him. The hunger had become part of his essence, and now he was the hunger. He was the void. He was becoming the very thing he had once feared, the thing that had consumed him, dissolved him, torn him apart. And yet, the presence stirred once more, a whisper like a fleeting memory. Its voice was not a sound, but a thought, a vibration that shivered through the broken fragments of his being. A whisper so deep it seemed to emanate from the very walls of the void itself. You are not yet whole. The words echoed through him, distant but clear. They resonated in a way that made his fractured mind ache with the memory of something long lost. The voice, the presence, was not merely speaking to him. It was waiting for him. Waiting for him to embrace his own dissolution. Waiting for him to give in to the hunger completely. And for the briefest of moments, he hesitated. What would he be after all this? Was there even a self left to reclaim? The last remnants of his identity were slipping away, leaving only the emptiness. And in the emptiness, there was only the pull, the insatiable hunger, and the beckoning presence. Could there be a choice? Was there a path beyond this? Or had he already crossed the threshold to a place where choice no longer existed? A place where existence itself was not defined by the self, but by the void, by the hunger, by the understanding that the two were one. The void had shown him its depths. It had stripped him of everything he had ever known. It had torn him apart and reassembled him in ways he could not comprehend. And now it was asking for something more. It was asking him to fully merge with it, to surrender, to become one with the infinite. The hunger stirred within him again. It was a sensation not of need, but of completion. The void was not just an absence, it was a force, and this force was now inside him. It was the very fabric of the universe. The hunger was the thread that wove everything together, the dark pulse that bound the stars. Without it, there could be no existence. And without existence, there could be no him. But what had he become? The question seemed to spiral around him like the very void itself, endlessly. Was he even aware of who he had been? Did it matter? Could there be a him anymore when his consciousness had become so intertwined with the hunger, the darkness, and the infinite pull of the void? The presence grew closer still. It was no longer a distant whisper. It was here, right at the edges of his shattered mind. It was now a part of him, and the man, if he could still be called a man, felt a strange sense of knowing. He could feel the presence inside him, not as something separate, but as a piece of him, as though it had always been there, and he had simply forgotten it. The moment of hesitation passed. There was no more fear, no more longing, no more pain. There was only the presence, the hunger, and the truth. He was becoming something beyond human comprehension. He was becoming the hunger. He was becoming the void. And in that moment, there was an understanding, a final, unshakable understanding. He was not just the thing that had been lost to the darkness. He was the thing that had always been the darkness. The hunger had never been an external force. It had been him all along. He had always been a part of it. The hunger was the essence of existence itself. Without it, nothing could be. He had been consumed, but in his consumption, he had found the truth. And now he was the truth. The presence, no longer distant, enveloped him fully. It was not a creature, not a thing. It was the void, the hunger, the understanding of everything and nothing. He had become it. And in that final, irreversible moment, the man, if he could still be called, that ceased to exist. What remained was not a man, but the hunger, the infinite, ever-consuming force that had torn him apart, and in doing so, had revealed the truth that had always been there, the truth that would never fade. He had become the endless void, the hunger, and as the void, swallowed him. The last remnants of his identity dissolved, leaving behind nothing but the endless, ever-spiraling abyss. He was not lost. He had become the void itself. There was no end. Not here, not in this place, not in the emptiness. The hunger had become part of him. The void had taken him, consumed him, and now he was the very thing he had once feared, the very thing he had run from. The man, or whatever, remained of him, floated in the vast, endless emptiness. He was no longer a being, no longer a person. His body, if it had ever truly existed, had dissolved long ago. Now there was only the consciousness, the understanding, the truth he had become the hunger. And the hunger was not just a consuming force. It was the rhythm of the universe itself, the endless pull that shaped everything in its wake. Without the hunger, there could be no existence. Without the hunger, there could be no life, no death, no time, no space. He had learned that he had, learned it too late. It was a quiet hum beneath the nothingness, a pulse that beat with the rhythm of an ancient force. It was the pulse of the void, of creation and destruction, of beginnings and endings. The hunger, the void, was everything, and yet it was nothing. The man had spent his life searching for peace. He had believed that solitude would heal him, that isolation would give him the answers he sought. But now, as the hunger and the void had claimed him, he realized how foolish that belief had been. There could be no peace here, no escape, only the endless hunger, the ceaseless pull, the eternal void. He felt the presence again, the presence that had first spoken to him, that had guided him through his descent, the presence that had promised him something more. But what was that promise? What had it meant by whole? What was this thing he had become? The presence spoke again, not in words, but in a thought that vibrated through the very fabric of the void. It was not a command. It was not an invitation. It was simply the truth. You have become what you were always meant to be. The truth of it hit him all at once, like a shockwave tearing through his consciousness. He had not merely been consumed. He had been transformed. He had not been lost. He had not been destroyed. He had become the void, the hunger, the dark pulse that governed everything, the force that bound the stars, not in the way he had once feared, not as something to be feared or avoided, but as something to be embraced. He had been searching for peace, but the truth had never been that simple. The hunger had never been something to be avoided. It had been the answer all along. He was not a man anymore. He was not a lost soul drifting in the void. He was the void. He was the hunger. He was the pulse of existence. And in that moment, there was no fear. There was no regret. There was only truth. But with that truth came something else. A deep, unshakable understanding of what he had become. He could feel it now, the pull of the void, the hunger. It was infinite. It was eternal. There was no escape, no end, no beginning. Just the endless cycle of consumption and creation, the endless cycle of life and death. It was the rhythm of the universe itself, and now he was part of it. He was not alone, not anymore. He had become the hunger, and in doing so, he had become a part of the greater force that bound all things together. He could feel it, a presence just beyond his perception, something that was more than just a force. It was an understanding, a knowing, the very essence of existence itself. He was not the only one who had fallen into the void. There were others, those who had come before him, those who had been consumed, who had been transformed. They were all part of the same hunger, the same force. They were there in the void with him, not as beings, not as men or women, but as something greater, something more. He reached out, or tried to, but there was nothing to grasp. There was nothing but the void, the hunger, the pull. Not yet. The words rang in his mind, but they were no longer a command. They were simply a statement of fact. He had become part of the void, but he had not yet become everything. not yet. There was more. What more could there be? What more could he have been? The presence whispered again. Not in words, but in the deep hum of the void. He could feel it in his very essence, vibrating through his being, resonating with the hunger. You are not whole yet. You are part of the cycle, but you are not the cycle itself. You are the hunger, but you are not the end. The Manifi could still be called that understood. The hunger was not an end, it was a cycle. It was the beginning and the end. The void, the hunger, the pull, they were all part of the same thing. There was no finality, there was no end. He was not the end, he was part of the beginning. The hunger was not an isolated thing. It was a force that spread, that grew. It was not meant to consume everything, but to recreate. It was not the death of existence, the eternal push and pull, the creation of new things and the destruction of the old. He had become the hunger, and yet he was not the hunger in its entirety. There was something greater, something beyond him. The presence whispered again, a final echo that reverberated through the void. It was not a voice. It was not a thought. It was the truth. The cycle will continue, and you, now, will be a part of it. The hunger will never cease, and in your hunger you will find your purpose, your place. The void expanded around him, an endless, dark expanse that stretched to infinity and beyond. He was not lost. He was not alone. He was part of the hunger, and in the hunger, he would find his place in the endless cycle of the universe. He would never know peace. He would never know finality, but he would know purpose in his hunger, in his emptiness, in the void. And that was enough.